And we're live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come join. One man. It is your man, not your boy. Have you missed me?
Missing someone. Missing someone. Missing someone. Love with all your heart. Missing someone.
Roll up, everybody. Gather, come join. One man. It is your man, not your boy. Matters are rising, matters Nigeria related. Buhari has been a very bad boy. All matters are up for discussion in this session. You know the routine. We gather here. Even though you've seen the flyer or not, I think I may well have been late putting out the flyers today, but nevertheless, you should have it in your schedule. Click on the hyperlink if you want to come join in. It gets very loud, lively, sometimes even rowdy, but nevertheless, we reach a meeting point. So gather, come join. So plenty to go through. So we'll kick off almost immediately as I bring you first now what is going to be one of our introductory signature clips. So this will be one of the signature clips.
Be sure to be aware.
So Sally joins us. Hello, Sally. Renee joins us. Hello, Renee. So like Sally and Renee, as soon as you come in, just say hello. So let's acknowledge you and I'll get to know you. And if you want to appear live on the screen, then just click on the hyperlink. You've been here hopefully before, so you know what the format is. So let me bring you the presentation straight away. I got to a story that I did not advertise, but has broken since this particular session was put together. So straight into it we go. Breaking, we are doing everything to ensure my party APC is in power for a long time. Buhari are saying this, of course, and somebody was indicating in yesterday's session actually that this guy is putting structures in place for perpetuity so that his agenda will play out for the entirety of the existence of the space called Nigeria. So to that narrative now this headline presents as again, we are doing everything to ensure my party APC is in power for a long time. A headline attributed to the Aboki in Aso Rock, a person that goes by the name Malam Buhari. So now let's now see what the Fulani man has to say. President Muhammadu Buhari has said the ruling party All Progressive Congress APC will remain in power for as long as possible. Buhari said this on Friday during an interview with the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. We are doing all we can to make the APC to be in power for as long as possible. That is why we carried out the revalidation exercise from state to state, local government to local government, and word by word. Buhari also vowed to abide by the constitution and not stay in office beyond his tenure. So perpetuity, irrespective of him being in government, is essentially what is being said here. So now this next narrative, again, something that wasn't advertised, but this speaks to the events that are looking to take place tomorrow. The June 12th protests are heavily advertised, so you are all aware of it, but to that space now, the Buhari government are making covert movements to truncate that protest from its inception. So to the headline, Buhari-led government to pay Nigerian student leader Asefon 40 million naira to mobilize thugs to disrupt June 12 protest. So use them against themselves, divide and rule, a technique learned from the British. And of course, money do it all and speak it all within the Nigerian space. So the student leader and bribery, this is a well-worn story within the Nigerian space, only as common as the union leader using threats of strikes to collect their own dollar. So to the dollar, again, Buhari-led government to pay Nigerian student leader Asefon 40 million naira to mobilize thugs to disrupt the June 12 protest. So now let's now see now what betrayal is taking place here. The Muhammadu Buhari-led government has concluded plans to pay the president of the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, Sunday Asafon, 40 million to mobilize thugs in major cities and disrupt the planned June 12 Democracy Day nationwide protest. Correspondents gathered. Asafon had a meeting with Nigeria's Inspector General of Police, Usman Akali Baba, on Tuesday, promised to mobilize against those planning to protest using his powers as the NANS president. Excuse me. He met with the Inspector General of Police, Usman Akali Baba, 3 days ago, but the IGP refused to take pictures with him, telling him there was a crisis in NANS and he was not sure Asafon was in control. Asafon then told him he is the original president with the structure of the student's body. He then asked the IGP for assistance, and the condition given to him was to mobilize against the planned protest for June 12 if he truly is the original president of the NANS. He immediately promised the IGP to consider it done. He said they will initially join the rally and later disrupt it. Civil society organizations and human rights activists have called for a nationwide protest on June 12 against the Muhammadu Buhari-led administration. According to various public posters, the protest will make 14 critical demands, which are abolish 1999 constitution, end terrorism, end banditry, Issa Pantami must go. So that is the Minister of Digital Economy, who is a known terrorist sympathizer. Free all detained activists, end insecurity, justice for all NSAS victims, free Kogi 2, so those two anti-Buhari protesters, Larry Emmanuel and Victor Udoka, who have been detained in Kogi State. And then Buhari must go, revert electricity tariff, and ASUP, so that is the Academic Students Union of Polytechnics strike, revert fuel price, revert party deregulation, and free Nicolas Mba. A source in the presidency told correspondents that the management of the Petroleum Product Marketing Company, a subsidiary of Nigeria National Petroleum Corporation, has been ordered to pay as a fine of 40 million to mobilize thugs in major cities across the country with police cover and unleash terror on genuine protesters on June the 12th. Asafon is to be paid by the director of extension of PPMC the sum of 40 million naira this evening. All arrangements about the funds have been concluded. The money was to compensate him for calling off his planned protest and also mobilize thugs in major cities with police cover to unleash terror on genuine protesters tomorrow. He will pick up the money in dollars this evening. He has been in Abuja for more than a few weeks. So there you have it, the treachery and the betrayal and the dollar politics of the Nigerian space. So nothing changes, and nothing changes also. We speak to politics and we speak to religion, but of course the same narrative. To the religious sector we go. If anyone is a wizard, it is you. God will punish you. FFK slams Reverend Chris Okotie for insulting late Prophet TB Joshua. So FFK, an opinion on everything. So what is his opinion on this thing? Former Aviation Minister FANI-KAYODE has slammed popular Lagos-based... Let's start that all over again. Former Aviation Minister FANI-KAYODE has slammed popular Lagos-based clergyman and senior pastor of Household of God Church, Chris Okotie, over the cryptic post he shared a few days after clergyman Prophet TB Joshua died last Saturday, June 6. Okotie and Joshua were never friends, as the former had always suspected the latter's source of power. Okotie had even come out in public to question Joshua's authenticity as a man of God. Days after Joshua, who is the founder of Synagogue Church of Nations, died, Okotie shared a cryptic post many interpreted to be an attack on Joshua's memory. A part of his post reads, The wizard at Endor, who assumed the title, let's start that again. The wizard at Endor, who assumed the title Emmanuel, has been consumed by divine indignation, and now his disciples bewail his ignominious exit. Joshua, during his practice as a clergyman, used the term Emmanuel during church service. FFK, who is a friend of the deceased clergyman, has come out to publicly attack Okotie. In a post shared on his social media handle this morning, FFK slammed Okotie for speaking ill of the clergyman. Describing Okotie as a coward, FFK said if anyone was a wizard, it was Okotie, and God will punish him for attacking Joshua. So this is, the post by FANI-KAYODE is quite lengthy, so I'm not even going to bother to read it because it's just a long-winded thing. So I'll just pop that in the comment section for anybody that wants to have a look. So Nigeria launches its own cryptocurrency now, is what we're hearing now. Having once tried to ban the whole idea, explaining to us that it was a money laundering tool, but it looks as though now Nigeria is coming into the crypto world. CBN to launch own digital currency by the end of the year. That is the official position from the Central Bank of Nigeria. The Central Bank of Nigeria is planning to launch its own digital currency by the end of 2021. Rikiya Mohammed, the bank's IT specialist, said on Thursday in Lagos. Ms. Mohammed disclosed, let's take that all over again. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, is planning to launch its own digital currency by the end of 2021. Rikiya Mohammed, the bank's IT specialist, said on Thursday in Lagos. Ms. Mohammed's disclosure follows the conclusion of the Bankers Committee meeting. According to her, the Apex Bank has for over 2 years been exploring the technology and has made tremendous progress. By the end of the year, the central bank will be making a special announcement and possibly launching a pilot scheme in order to be able to provide this kind of currency to the populace. Ms. Mohammed said when eventually operational, the currency would complement cash notes. The official said another reason the Apex Bank plans to come up with digital currency is to make remittances is to make remittances travel easier from abroad to Nigeria. She said that digital currency will accelerate the ability to meet the target regardless of one's country of residence. The specialist also said the Central Bank of Nigeria would be exploring various technological options and engaging various industry players, as well as moving to the next stage of proof of concept to pilot the scheme. Ms. Mohammed said that CBN considered the architecture, accessibility issues, and privacy of the currency before going into it. Other issues discussed at the Bankers Committee meeting include launch of digital cards as well as foreign exchange availability in banks. So that is it now. Nigeria entering the cryptocurrency space, haven't told us barely 2 years ago now that is just a conduit for fraud. So there we are. That's the opening mix. But let's come into the room now to see who we have. Ola, we see you. Sam, we see you. Engineer, we see you. But first to you, Sam, because we always struggle to hear from you. So Sam, what says you? Sam, are you there? This is the thing. We never. Okay. Engineer, we see you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, engineer.
I hope you're doing well today.
Yeah, we're all well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you very much.
So, to the narrative, Nigeria launching cryptocurrency, etc. Can you imagine that? After telling us that it is 419, and now they are, I don't know. But when Nigeria launches it, will it not even turn into 419?
Yeah, but this is why I always said the Nigerian government, they are very, very confused. They don't know what they're doing. Because some time ago, if you impose the law that cryptocurrency is a fraud or a 419 as they classify, they now going into it is completely, that means something is wrong somewhere.
It's almost inevitable that they were going to, because I was reading that some major country actually adopted it as an official legal tender. So there's no going back.
It's very sad because I had a friend here in England and he's very, very, very good in cryptocurrency. And I told him basically about you, and I believe maybe he's online now, so he'll join your platform.
Yes, we want somebody that, because I was just thinking about that, somebody that can be doing like a little 10 minutes, just narrate, because I want people to come into that work, because that is the future. So
yeah, because he's very good, and he can analyze things to people, and he's willing to encourage everyone to sign or to do any other thing with cryptocurrency.
Yes.
Yeah, and
okay, but the person that is not going into cryptocurrency, that is following the traditional route, is the president of the Nigerian Students Association, collecting 40 million naira from the Inspector General of Police to infiltrate the demonstrations that they are going to have tomorrow and disrupt it from within. So nothing changes that old technique that they always use.
You see, yesterday you and Ove, you clarified things to people, and some of the board members, they are trying to argue between you and Ove, because
they are more. You see, they've placed a lot of hope and optimism in all of this noise about Odudua and Biafra. But then, of course, they've forgotten the reality of the Nigerian space. Everybody in the next 4 months, they will go back to politics and abandon all this rally.
Exactly, and they will dance by their tune. And
yes.
To be honest, I would love things to happen tomorrow, so you can play the same music you played during the campaign in Kano for them, so they can see things clearly.
Oh, yes. Don't worry, I have it ready.
Because most of our youths, to be honest, if the youth will definitely say no to these people, Nigeria will move forward.
Okay, engineer. So who is going to effect change in Nigeria? It is the youth. Who represents the youth the most is the president of the Students' Union, of the National Students' Union. So if the president of the Students' Union is collecting 40 million naira to disrupt a protest that is asking for a better country, then that tells you everything, you know. It's all, it always goes to the money. Yeah.
Exactly. You see, the same thing you said yesterday, the same thing Ove said. Once it's come to that, once they release money, I think he has said the same thing, if I'm not mistaken. Once the government release that money, that's it. That's it.
Game over. It's not even
Game
the
over.
government. You know, when Atiku comes, you know, Atiku is a multi-billionaire. So when he comes in with his money, Tinubu comes in with his money, the government comes in with their money, then you are talking about suddenly about what? 10, 20 billion dollars being pumped into that space almost immediately. All of these people, of course, they will go where the money is. Forget Odudua.
Obviously, that's why you see when you come to Atiku's side, Atiku, we all know. If people don't know, to be honest, he's someone that I think Nigerian as a whole country, they gave him a contract to be supplying a generator. So when you come to things like this, if a country that don't have suitable light and the job is assigned to one person, so you know that something is wrong, and the country is still gonna, you know, they're still gonna rotate people like a washing machine.
If you want to know how wealthy Atiku is, well, the port in, I think, Port Harcourt, the Nigerian seaport, he has the concession for that, and he's been managing that. One of the fights that he's having is that woman, I don't know her name, I can't remember her name now, the one that they sacked from the Nigerian Ports Authority. She took that contract away from him and gave it to Dangote. So that tells you, so, he owns, I think, one of the major telecoms business. Atiku is super wealthy, you know. I'm not sure there are many Nigerians that are richer than Atiku.
No. He's very, very wealthy. He's very, very wealty. Even
and he wants that presidency.
Regardless what happened to him during Obasanjo, Obasanjo meant to set him on trap. But I think there was a linkage which he used the private jet and dropped the money in South Africa and straight to America. When he arrived there, they searched the private jet, they couldn't find nothing. So that's to tell you how the politicians, they play with Nigerian wealth. And it's very sad.
To be honest with you, corruption or not, I would have preferred Obasanjo to have handed to Atiku rather than Yar'Adua, because whether he's corrupt or not, he has a sharp business brain. But Yar'Adua, of course, he's just, you know, whatever he was.
Yar'Adua is slow in action. He did a little bit, and that was it, to be honest. So it happened, and but it happened for good reason, and it happened for not good reason. Because when Yar'Adua was in, I believe if he paved the way for Goodluck Jonathan as well, if you look at it from there. So that's why you see a Southern trying to come in, and along the line, he's still coming, and they still play him he dance with the tune of the Northerners. So it's very sad if you come to that area.
And to this language of Buhari saying that they will do everything to ensure that APC stays in power forever. So yes, he has to say that as the party leader or the leading party man, but really, are we reading more into it? Should we read more into that than just empty words?
This is what I would say to every Nigerian, that just the interview, I double watched that interview. To be honest, if I'm there, I will take the risk and tell this man to resign from that seat. I must be honest to you, because it's a completely slap to Nigerian people. It's a slap to Nigerian abroad as well. It's really sad. It's like you're asking a dead human being to explain himself. That's what happened yesterday. It's completely bad.
Because he's actually done another one on NTA again today. But that NTA one, I think, well, both of them were pre-recorded. Anyway, that NTA one was just him and one guy. And that guy was asking him, are you wonderful or fantastic? And he was saying, no, I am both wonderful and fantastic. And then one will ask him, are you the greatest human being? He will say, I'm the greatest. So it's just like you know, they were just kissing and hugging each other. If that was all I could see, there's just, you know, can you tell me that all this fantastic achievement of your administration, and Nigeria has never experienced anything like this before. Do you not think it is wonderful the way you are building railways and fighting corruption? And then one will say, yes, it is wonderful. I am a wonderful man. And they did that for half an hour. So that was what they did for half an hour on NTA, but then that is what you would expect. But Femi FANI-KAYODE and Chris Okotie are fighting over TB Joshua. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, you see,
comedy hour.
FFK, he's Mr. Violent. Everyone knows that man. He's completely. I think he's used to be abusive language. So, and he's Mr. Short Fuse. The reason why I say short fuse because he loses things straight away, and you know, it's just so sad. This is what I would say. I don't see reason why. Somebody
do you think he has a mental problem? Because I think he has a mental problem.
I think he should. They need to take him to mental health care to
you know when I say Femi FANI-KAYODE, I always think along the same lines of that Kemi Olunloyo. I see them. You know that Kemi Olunloyo, of course.
Yeah.
I see both of them in the same brackets. People that are not quite. You know, they were one from. I don't even know if they were great, but they come from great names, but their mind is a bit now, you know.
The people are completely funny, to be honest, because in terms of talking, you know, somebody you represent the country, but your manners of approach to people is completely disgusting, and you call yourself a leader. There was a time when he had an issue with when somebody was interviewing him. And he almost slapped the guy. But
no, he did. You know, I think that happened in the East when they were asking him why. I think that was in Cross River. He went there and people were asking him what he was doing there and did they collect money. He was a journalist, though, and he lambasted the guy to the point it was ugly, you know.
Well, who is bankrolling him?
Yeah, that was the question. Yes, did you slap the guy?
I was sure. Like, are you a Nigerian true leader with this kind of attitude, this behavior? You know, it's completely. Sometimes I look at these people and said, "We vote you in. We have right to ask you any question. You can't start deviating or shouting or backing on us. It's a simple question."
But then that is Nigeria, you know. Even a councillor will slap you.
If you're not that bad or that dodgy, then you should have answered straight answer. It's completely sad. When you come to TB Joshua and the other pastor,
Chris Okotie,
somebody, I don't know why someone is dead. Can they allow the dead to have some rest instead of two big giant of Nigerian coming on air again on Twitter and start exchanging words? So something is wrong with these people. I think it's time that these old people, I think they need to pave way. Honestly, I keep saying it. It's time they pave way for the youth of that country to excel.
Well, hopefully we're in for a surprise within the Nigerian space because, it just, the frustration that is Nigeria is the possibility and the situation. You and I will come from Nigeria now. So if you and I are from Nigeria, then why is it not better? Because I consider myself to be a reasonable and a well-adjusted person. You are a reasonable and a well-adjusted person, but look at the place we come from. This is the contention. But thank you, engineers. Let's go on to Farm Fresh. I think this might well be a new voice. So let's hear from our Farm Fresh. Farm Fresh, we see you. So cryptocurrency in Nigeria, student union leader being bribed to go and beat up the Showore rally tomorrow, etc., etc. Buhari telling us that APC will rule Nigeria till the end of time. So, the usual.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Yeah. This is my first time of joining live. Though I've been
good to have you.
Follower of this program.
Are you subscribed?
Yes, I am. I have subscribed like 3 weeks ago.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just on YouTube trying to check the state of the nation, and I saw one man goes to Mars.
Goes to the moon.
Yeah, so
one man goes to the moon.
Yeah, let me just see, what's going on.
And you discovered that it's worse than you thought. All these dead people shouting on
I don't miss it, especially when I'm back from work, I just turn on my YouTube, you know, when I'm busy.
So to the narrative though, FANI-KAYODE calling Chris Okotie a
Yes.
wizard for mocking TB Joshua. Nigeria launching a cryptocurrency. Students union leader collecting money to disrupt the planned protest for tomorrow, and Buhari vowing that APC will rule Nigeria till the end of time. So just take your pick.
Okay, I will start with the student union leader, NAS, that is National Association of Nigerian Students.
Yes.
Because, yeah, NAS.
Yes.
You know, NAS, the politics of NAS is another very big politics, you know, because when I was in school, I was a strong advocate. I was very active in the NAS activity. When students are going for NAS election, it's very, very big. You see these guys, they are being sponsored by politicians.
It's usually with cutlass and guns that
I remember those days in Uniben, you know, they will give students
the pirates and the whatnots.
Yeah, so that's this guy. I'm not surprised. If you look at his age, you know, I left school 2009. You know, I studied pharmacy. You see, my age as of today, that guy is older than me. You know, the person that is leading students of leading Nigerian students as of today. Looking at the age, it is antecedent, how he even got elected. You know, it was even right now. There's even a division in NAS. So I was not even surprised when I saw his retraction yesterday. Was it yesterday? That nobody should come out for June 12th protest. You know, he was saying, giving all kind of excuses. I knew that money has changed hands, but it's a shame.
Sunday Esefon, his name is Sunday Esefon.
Because
so it sounds like a Delta guy.
I can tell you, he's going to meet his surprise tomorrow. I can tell you, it's not going to be easy for him. You know, there's going to be a serious clash. If he lies, let him.
But that clash will take place in Lagos, though. But then, if the police are backing them up, then you can expect that once they start the commotion, then the police will just weigh in and they will end the protest.
Exactly. Because you know, this is in Nigeria, in a state of a quagmire, in this very critical state, and the Nigerian students are supposed to be at the forefront. You know, I remember when I was in Uniben, when Oshomole would come. We are protesting against increment in fuel prices. I remember there was one I joined. A student died, only for us to know in the evening that Oshomole was already with Obasanjo in Aso Rock. You know, then before you knew what is happening, you know, they would just hold 1 or 2 meetings. I was okay. Instead of 120, okay, let's take it to 100. Then Obasanjo was always increasing it. Even at the end of the day, you know, we hear that something has gone wrong. Some dollars have already been exchanged at Aso Rock. So it's not new. I already know all these things that is happening in Nigeria. Even like when you guys were saying arguing yesterday that Nigeria is changing up, this that. I was in support of where you and what you and Ovie was just saying, that forget about it. After all these activism, you know, even all these our so-called Nigerian celebrities, they will come on Twitter. Hey, Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that. But
I tell you what, the person that is going to kick off the campaign will be that video where they pay him like $10 million and they tell him to go and do music, and they will start singing Atiku, and then you know.
If you check that NSAS protest, the day the military were coming there, did you see any of the celebrities there?
No.
Did you see that? Even AY was on stage.
In Yoruba land, well, not even in Yoruba land, in Lagos, we say Otulo Mashe Wonrari. You know, when the Ajebotas, they would have given the Ajebotas the signal that enough is enough.
Yeah.
But then the Ajegunle boys that are just saying, no, we want to go and join the Ajebotas, they are the ones that will get killed in.
Exactly. You know, when it was time for the army to strike, all of them disappeared.
Of course.
I was watching.
When your parents have paid countless money to give you American education,
US,
then you go and be doing
protest. Everything. You know, when it was time, when the chiefs were down, you didn't see, it was the nobody that were taking the bullets.
Oh, so, is that not the case though? Always in life, you know.
So to the next item, Buhari making mouth that
they will rule forever.
APC will. I'm not surprised. You see, after the interview of Rise yesterday, before I used to think, oh, this man just handed over this government to some cabal. It's a pure lie. Buhari
is worse than the cabal.
Thank you very much for that.
Buhari has been deceiving Nigerians that he's weak. Buhari has been you see, let me tell you, when I cried the day Jonathan relinquished power to this man. I can because even when
you know that Jonathan won that election in 2015, but he knew how much weaponry they had gathered in Niger Republic and Chad, and he knew that they were going to savage. Yeah.
In my mind, I never thought that a whole sitting president will give power to Buhari.
Never. Because Buhari has never won an election in Nigeria. He lost the 2019 one as well, but then of course,
Buhari is somebody that was in support of Sharia when Yerima was governor of Zamfara. Buhari was the first proponent that Sharia should be should be celebrated in the whole of the world.
And you know that Buhari is in some sort of alliance with the Saudi prince, and is under the supervision of Aragon, the Turkish guy.
Yes,
so he's in some cusp of some religious cusp there, exactly. And he takes his directive essentially from that Turkish. It's a dark space,
He's not bothered, sir.
Let me just add one thing to what you're saying.
He's like that man.
No, hold on. Let him land, and you can come in straight away.
Like when you say a core jihadist, that is the president we have in Nigeria. He doesn't care. If people are dying, you see his body language. You saw his body language yesterday. That right now he's in charge. He's telling Nigeria now he's been in charge for these 6 years.
He values cow than human being. That's just the truth.
Not that one cabal. Other people that is just pushing their head as if they are acting. Those ones are just acting film for him. He is in control of that government. You see, in fact, they must have that when he's talking about they want APC to stay in government as long as they want. There's nobody that can dispute that with them. You see, all this thing that PDP are just doing. More PDP governors will see the camp. Watch out.
Yes, of course, because you know politics now, especially Nigerian politics. It's the dirtiest.
I cannot guarantee Obaseki will still be.
Obaseki will cross. Obaseki will cross because he had wanted to cross a few months ago, but then he pulled back. But he will cross. It will cross, especially if they are promising him some like vice presidency, whatever. But to the FANI-KAYODE space, FANI-KAYODE calling Chris Okotie wizard because of because of the so comedy hour.
I will see him as an elder. I wouldn't want to to use some kind of derogatory words on him. He's
already derogating himself.
So. When we were comparing him with Kemi Olunloyo, Kemi happened to be my colleague. He graduated from the School of Pharmacy here in Maryland. So along the line, he was practicing here in America. Great pharmacist, earning close to 120K in a year. Then suddenly, he moved to Canada. Before you knew it, he was into broadcasting. He was moving with conducting celebrity news here and there. But because here in America, if you don't manage your success very well, it's a thin line between success and failure. She just mismanaged her funds. At the end of the day, she's claiming that she's trustworthy.
Quite a sad life that now she's been locked up and she's not balanced anymore.
FANI-KAYODE's father and Kemi Olunloyo, because Kemi Olunloyo's father was the former Oyo
State, yeah.
So FANI-KAYODE's father and her father, they were best of friends. In fact, when they were young, when Fani was 9, she was kind of 6 years old when their father took them to UK for the first time. They actually went to she did her first grade, first to 10th grade in UK before she migrated to the US. So their lifestyle, they are kind of similar because I would see them as spoiled kids.
Yeah.
So they never tasted poverty when they were coming up. You know, if not for the fact that Kemi career must die, you know, she would have still be at the top notch. You know,
Her father is still alive, I imagine, because
yes,
she's always talking about her dad. Yeah.
Exactly. But the father was not one of those typical politicians in the olden days like that, you know.
I bet he regrets it now. Whoever was not a tiffy politician, he'll be full of regret. Now, his family, if you were not a thief, when in the good days, maybe before Buhari, before Babangida, if you were not a thief, if you were an honest politician back in the day, your family will be mocking you today.
Exactly.
Because they say, look at you, you were a governor, you're a governor, get out.
You're right.
Because even a councillor now will,
You're right.
All right. Thank you, Farmer Fresh. Good to have you. Let me shuffle you, and let's hear from Oluwafemi. So, Oluwafemi, you're up.
Hey, man. Good evening. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about the crypto that Nigeria is creating. Do you have information on that?
Let me just carry on. I'll just pop this story in the comment section, so maybe you can go read it in a bit more depth yourself.
Okay.
So, are you into crypto? Are you a crypto guy?
Yes.
Okay. So what are you trading at the moment? What is the hot coin? What should I put my 200 pounds into or something, just to, you know?
Not a financial advice. At the moment, I'm not buying anything. I am 100% out of Bitcoin.
Yeah. No. You see, whoever had Bitcoin should just hold on to it and forget it, you know, because Bitcoin for the future is going to be an asset, not even a currency. So you'll almost be able to borrow money against it. So just hold on to it and hold it there. And then other currencies that you have, just to trade that. I made the mistake of selling a part of my Bitcoin, and it's something that I just regret. So yeah, so don't do that.
Yes, so definitely. What I'm looking at currently is the Polkadot ecosystem.
The what?
The Polkadot ecosystem.
No, is that the non-fungible or non-fungible? Is that non-fungible?
No, non-fungible. Polkadot, it's not NFT. Those are not NFT.
Right.
Polkadot is essentially
You mean those cards? Those cards with the holograms?
No. This is Ethereum on steroid.
Okay.
Yeah, Polkadot. You need to read up on Polkadot. The ticker is DOT.
Sorry. Let me just bring up. Let me just bring up a notepad.
Okay.
Hold on. Sorry. Carry on. Because you know I do. I just like to.
All right. So yeah.
Sorry. What's the ticker?
DOT. Dog. Okay. Orange. Tango. Yeah.
Okay.
DOT.
All right.
So it was basically developed by one of the lead developers of Ethereum. I can't remember the name of this guy now, but
is it that funny-looking guy?
No, it's not. He's not Buretin himself. He's a different person. But one of the key features of Polkadot is the fact that it's cross-chain. It allows you to move in between chains, so it's not restricted to. If you're on Cardano, you're just on Cardano. If you're on Ethereum, you're just on Ethereum.
Was it not that one? Is it not similar to that one that Dan Larima EOS? Is it not similar to EOS? That sounds like EOS. It's not the same function as EOS, what you just described.
No,
Dan Larima did.
It has more than that. So it has more than that. EOS is not. EOS doesn't have much of DeFi, decentralized finance, but Polkadot is kind of linked to, it's heavily into decentralized finance, which obviously is going to be the next niche in the blockchain technology and crypto.
Okay, I've posted the link to that article for you. So go have more of a read. But what I would like you to do, if you are willing, DM me on Instagram. But because, like I was saying to engineer, I want to be introducing like a crypto slot to the sessions. So maybe half an hour, maybe 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, somebody that just has some expertise in that space to come and just tell us what is going on within that space. So that is the link to that story. But then, of course, to the Nigerian narrative, FANI-KAYODE fighting Chris Okotie over what is his name, over TB Joshua, calling him a wizard and whatnot. You know, FANI-KAYODE, he doesn't like to sum it up in it will not use 2 sentences when it can use 150. So long paragraph he wrote, but nevertheless attacking Chris Okotie. So speak to that space.
Actually, I'm not one that would speak to whether somebody was good or bad, especially when it comes to things that you can't really measure directly. Such things as somebody being a man of God and performing miracles and all that, right? So now, when it comes to the case of TB Joshua, I would expect that everyone would just, don't play God at this time. The fact that you are breathing and you are alive doesn't give you that, that authority to knock somebody who you claim is already down. The guy cannot defend himself. He's dead.
So that's the one thing I object to. I object to that, and I object to, running somebody down when they are not there to defend themselves. So it's just poor form. So leaving that.
Go ahead, please.
No, I was just going to say, because it doesn't seem as though you're comfortable to speak on that space. So leaving that to the Nigerian Students' Union leader collecting 40 million naira to disrupt the planned protest nationwide tomorrow. So infiltrate and cascade them from within is the instruction that has been given by the Inspector General of Police. What says you? Nothing changes. Students' Union, that pathway to politics. So he's on his way.
Before I get into that, please don't forget, I don't have your Instagram ID. So that
Yes, it's at the top of the YouTube page. So but I can pop it in there if you want it. But yeah.
I'll pick that up.
Carry on. Yeah.
All right. So speaking to the NAS, they call it.
Yes.
I saw the guy's picture when he won, quote and unquote, when he won the election.
Are you going to query his age too? Like who just did? Like whoever just spoke? Like fam.
One man. Yeah. Let's be honest. Yeah. That guy is not a student. Even if he's a PhD, whatever. If he's on his 3rd PhD, he shouldn't. He has no place being the president of NAS. Period. All right. Now, if you read extensively during when he emerged as the president, I think it was late last year. There were a lot of people that were kind of against the fact that that was the person that came out, at the end of the day, as the president of NAS. The NAS that I know, wouldn't have had somebody of that age. I'm not trying to be discriminatory in the sense of discrimination at this time, but we're just being realistic here and kind of showing how decayed every system has become in Nigeria. So the emergence of this guy is highly, politicized, and when I say politicized, I mean, he has some sort of heavy links to all these existing political parties. And you would, agree with that based on this recent development now, because they're trying to bring him on to kind of disrupt what he should be leading. All right. So, and these old folks, they are playing the same card again, the same card they play during the NSAS movement, when they knew that those guys out there were kind of they were focused. They weren't just blinking at the toll gate, And what they resorted to doing was that, okay, let's get the thugs to go and disrupt them in Ikeja. Let's get them to Target. And, you know, and that is just to legitimize the interference of the of police at that point. They kind of wanted to make sure that they create that.
So do you think they are going to succeed in disrupting I'm
afraid they might, you know. That's going to be a function of how many people will come out tomorrow to protest. It's all a game of number. But in this case, I said I'm afraid they might, because the guys that are going out tomorrow to protest legitimately the state of the nation, seizing that opportunity of June 12th. These are not guys with guns. These are guys with paper and ink on it, writing, you know, all sort of stuff, as in, you know, placards, something that is not deadly. But guess what? The instrument of state, i.e. the police, the army, will be deployed tomorrow. I can already see a lot of videos of, you know, army trucks trooping into Lagos and other parts of the country. So those are the people that have the ammunition. Those are the people that won't blink to shoot anybody down. Did you see? I think it was last weekend that the news came out that the what is the name of this guy? The title of this guy. There was a doctor. I think they set up a panel of inquiry into the NSAS movement incident, and the pathologist was it.
Yes, they said they had 99 bodies or something.
99 bodies all around Lagos. Not particularly from the toll gate, but he confirmed that some of them were from Lekki. But these guys came out and said, "Oh, we didn't kill anybody. Oh, it was paper bullet. It was rubber bullet. It was water bullet." You know, so the genuine citizens who will go out tomorrow to protest, exercise their legal and constitutional right. They are not going out with sword and bombs and guns. They are coming out with, you know, things that cannot harm anyone, and just to express their right. But guess what? With between the police, the army, and now Asefo and his crooks, they might succeed in disrupting those guys' rally tomorrow, which is so unfortunate. It's just going to be a part 2 of NSAS. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, we all wait with keen interest, because tomorrow now I haven't seen the success of the 31st, the Nnamdi Kanu party piece, the sit at home. So this now will be the next test of just the temperature and the tempo and where the country is exactly. So if enough of people come out to carry out this activity, then that would tell us then that these people are indeed in trouble. So thank you, Oluwafemi. So Adanle Koko, we see you. Adanle Koko.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. You know, I've not been following you since the beginning. I didn't follow you since the beginning. So what's the usual?
So we were talking about FANI-KAYODE is having a fight with Chris Okotie over TB Joshua. Chris Okotie made some mocking, acerbic remarks on social media in the direction of TB Joshua, saying Emmanuel is dead and whatnot. FANI-KAYODE, the very lost Amebo, and who goes around claiming that is the best friend of TB Joshua, he has now written almost like a thesis in response to Chris Okotie, essentially calling him a wizard. So that we're speaking to. And then we're also speaking to the narrative of the Students' Union leader in Nigeria, taking 40 million naira now from the Inspector General of Police to disrupt the protest that is going to take place tomorrow. So we're speaking to that. So he has promised to infiltrate the protest with thugs and disrupt it from within. So we're speaking to that, and we're saying this is not what the youth are up to. And then we're also speaking to Buhari telling us that APC will be in power till the end of time. So we're speaking to that too. So plenty to discuss.
Okay. On the FANI-KAYODE criticism of what's the name of that pastor?
Chris Okotie.
Chris Okotie. I think
Yeah.
I support Ganifa
Are you supporting him just because he's a Yoruba man? Because you are starting to sound like some Yoruba supremacist.
No. I'm supporting
I'm starting to suspect you.
No, I'm supporting him because he
that a Yoruba fundamentalist. Are you a
think
fundamentalist?
No. I mean,
Yes, now
I don't know
there's nothing to be ashamed of there.
What is Yoruba fundamentalist?
Somebody like you now, some people like you are now you're some covert fundamentalism quoted in language, eh?
Hold on.
It's all about our life, it's about our culture, it's about what we know. Yeah, it's okay.
But really, yes. Why are you back in FANI-KAYODE?
So I think, how can somebody call himself a man of God and one of your colleagues just, pass away and you are making mockery of him? I mean, that is...
but what they're saying is they've always had like an ongoing battle between the two of them, TB Joshua and Chris Okotie. And Chris Okotie had over time accused TB Joshua of diabolic powers. So now he couldn't then resist the passing away of these guys to say, no, look how hard the mighty fallen. So yeah, that was what FANI-KAYODE was responding to. And he called him a coward for doing that.
Truly, I think it's a coward, because if he's truly a man of God, you have to show empathy to the family of for losing their loved one, and not making mockery of them. No matter what happened between you and him when he was alive, I mean, you have to show empathy. You have to show that you're a really man of God. That, okay, Bible says.
Hello, are you there?
If he's acting like that. So most of these people that call themselves man of God, I mean, it's just by my mouth. It's not by action. It's not by their conduct. They just say, because they have seen Nigerian people, gullible people, and they can use religion. They have used religion, to bamboozle them and, turn their head upside down. So it is glaring by that statement he made that he is not a man of God. It's just bragging around that he's a man of God.
Was he not a singer before? He used to sing all this disco music, but now he's a man of God. But then, of course, people that continue to tarry in spaces that they don't belong to are some 60-something-year-old man, according to Oluwafemi and Farm Fresh, some 67-year-old man who still insists that is the leader of the Nigerian Association, the student whatever, NANS. So some 67-year-old man still telling us that he's the leader of NANS, and is now promising the Inspector General of Police that just give me 40 million naira and I will end the protest for tomorrow. So student unions and disrupting of our protest that is meant to seek for the betterment of Nigeria. So to that space.
If that story is actually true, I think we should feel so sad for that country, because the student union, as we know, are always fighting for the for the right of the student, and fighting for the just cause for majority of the people in the country. So if a student union leader is asking for money to go and kill people from the Inspector General of Police, that is so sad, and that tells us that we are in a country where government is backing criminality, because if government is not backing criminality, it will not be bold to say, "Oh, come and give money to go and kill." That
but the government has always backed. The government, yeah.
But that's how it has always been.
Yes, even during NSAS, they hired in thugs now to go and smash it up.
I mean, what I'm saying,
I even want to bring him back to since the time of Babangida. When they tried to use students then and they were not working, they will sponsor the court guys. So that's what they got. See, the last.
Hold on. Let me. At that point, that is what. Listen to me. I'm talking about the recent time in Nigeria. You just mentioned that during Babangida's time, they tried to use students. It couldn't work for them. That was when we have real students leaders,
during the days of the radicals,
that are really fighting for whether you kill them or not, they will not give up. And one of them used to be, Showore. They try everything. They kick him out of school, if not for what's the name of this lawyer? This Femi Falana. That went to represent him and got him reinstated in the school. That guy wouldn't have finished college. So now, in the recent time, what is going on in Nigeria is outrageous. Government is sponsoring criminality.
Government has always been sponsoring criminality. That is
and sorry, not only in Nigeria, by the way. I think this is just a known practice that they'll send people to go and infiltrate whatever it is that they want to disrupt, and then they'll send the security forces in to go and break them up. Yeah.
Like the student union you mentioned, Showore was the last type of gen we ever had as a good student leader in Nigeria. See, when you mention the like of Tony Fash, Tony Radical, you come to this Dino Melaye when he was at ABU, then everybody will remember one guy called Moses Osakede. And up to those things, since that time, they've infiltrated these guys that anybody occupying that position, they were just there to make money by all means. Let me recall you to one event that happened between 1997 and 1998. There was a time during the student union struggle that time that they banned Coca-Cola outside the campuses in Nigeria. Now, because students were demanding for student price, that was the period they introduced solo and some kind of this thing. Did you know that at the national level, this guy colluded with Coca-Cola when they got some coastal buses, they got some cars that they were even blowing siren. That was under Abacha to Absalam Abubakar. These guys were living large. People were not even asking full detail of what led to that massacre in 1999. What happened in OAU in 1999? When we are talking of the likes of Legacy and all those, this guy Computer and all those people. See, the student union government and Nigerian Labour Congress, all those guys, you can no longer trust them like during the time of Showore you were mentioning, and during the like a Kokori of this Nupeng and Pengas and all those things. So since after that time, after that Showore,
the military honestly rule destroy.
Okay. Yeah, no, carry on. Adanle Koko. Yeah, okay. Carry on, and then we'll go on to Ego next.
Destroys everything. Destroy student union. Destroy labor union. Destroy, our psyche. Everything is destroyed, and that is what put us in where we are today in that country.
Exactly. That's the one reason that people keep saying restructuring, because when we say restructuring, sometimes people think that, restructuring will kill corruption. No. Restructuring, for example, will not kill corruption, but is going to enhance productivity. Do you know why government is able to is able to infiltrate people is just because they are using that power of poverty. Now, just consider the time of Awolowo, for example, when we had the Western region that will happen to be the fastest growing in economy in Nigeria. Although, let me say Nigeria generally. When Nigeria was the fastest growing economy in Africa, that time when people were getting empowered, education, all those stuff. So people started knowing the right from the wrong. That was the time period that someone will rig election and people will react. That was the time that people would try to bribe the citizens to vote for someone, and people, even if they took your money that time, they will still not vote for you. And if you rig the election, there'll be chaos everywhere. But on this day, even the people that will now even be asking the politicians, what do you have for us? Can we do this thing for you? So they've used that power of poverty. So we are now saying, if we restructure, if we are able to liberate our economy, for example, what's the federal government doing with electricity, for example? Now, look at what Tinubu, as bad as Tinubu is now, for example, if we've had 10 of Tinubu since 1999, people that will create like Classman, that will create different type of economic model, if we replicated all those things since 1999, more people will have been empowered that they will not even be a good tools in the hands of these politicians to cause problem in the country. So that's one of the major reasons we are clamoring for restructuring, so that most things that the federal government just acquire as part of in the exclusive list, so that we can take those things away and allow state to make decision. The federal government has no business with the secondary school education.
Yes, you see, Ola, the problem, the alpha and omega of the Nigerian problem is that exclusive list. So
exactly,
that is really what, forget restructuring, forget Oduduwa Nation, forget Biafra. If that exclusive list can be tackled in a way that it will work, then the country will work. But unfortunately, that will never happen. Let's hear from...
That's part of restructuring. Because why am I saying this? Okay, why growing up? Okay, let's say, we talk of...
hold on, Ola. Let's hear from Ego. We've not heard from Ego, and then we've not heard from Sam. So let's hear from Ego. Yeah, Ego, we see you. Engineer, I'm trying to connect Raphael, but his system is not locking onto the thing. But it's just this is all he sent, which is just the front page of the channel, but he can't connect. Engineer, so I'm not sure what is happening there.
Okay, what will happen? Just swap me with someone now. I'll guide him how to come in.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Sorry, Ego. Sorry to have carry on, Ego.
It's okay. It's okay. On the space.
Yeah, go on.
Based on the conversation with the video I watched of Buhari yesterday, student union, blah blah blah. First and foremost, that student union guy of a person, if he wants to betray the Nigerian students, he should betray them well. That is my message to him.
Not for 40 million naira.
He should not be collecting 40 million where they are stealing billion.
Because 40 million is not really money. Yes, 40 million is not money. 40
billion. So that I will understand that he's an idiot and a foolish student. You understand what I mean? Not money they used to buy one SUV on the street. He's going to ask him. He is so stupid and so forget about him. Let him do what he wants to do and let's see if he can try that nonsense. I don't believe though that he can do that, but we are watching. Issue of Buhari, when I watched that video of Buhari yesterday, I was in that situation.
But you are a Buhari fan now.
Okay. When I watched that Buhari video, actually when I watched the video yesterday, I was looking at the man. As people were looking at what the man was saying, I was looking at the Buhari of a person. I was looking at him properly, from head to toe, his back, his everywhere. In short, I was just studying the human being and saying, and asking myself that the Buhari I used to know was not as smart in talking in this swagger and blah blah blah. But if this is this Buhari, that means this man is a wicked person. All that he's doing is deliberate. From what is coming out of his mouth now, I come into conclusion from what I'm hearing from him that all that is going on in this country that he is doing is deliberate. So we just have to pray for one day for him to leave the seat, so that power can change hand and someone else can come into the seat and fix this country for us.
But
then
Igbo,
the issue of FANI-KAYODE and Dino Melai.
But hold on, Igbo, the person you were seeing, it was not Buhari now, it was Jubril Sudani or Yam now, as they told us.
Excuse me, one man. Don't you look at that man very well? I cannot really tell you, but I saw somebody.
This is what I'm saying now. Is Jubril now?
I saw somebody that is so strong, somebody that can speak sharply. This is somebody that cannot speak during when somebody that Osibanjo was answering question for that doesn't hear. The other time when it was in an election, or at least in a debate. But
don't tell me that you are a Jubril Sudani too. Are you one of the Jubrils?
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm not one of that. That being said, the man is so smart, sharp, and everything, making decisions. So is he not smart?
He's not smart.
Not smart by killing people or by doing all this.
No, it was a lot sharper than even I noticed what you were saying. Anyway, Ego, it was a lot more coherent than I expected, and it looked a lot healthier than I expected. I was
calm down and let's speak the truth out of it. That's what I'm saying. Not that I'm insinuating that. No, I'm not that. I'm not those group of. On the space of this man, FANI-KAYODE
and TB Joshua and Chris Okotie.
What is the problem of that man, Chris Okotie? What is his problem? Even if he have problem with TB, he wants to follow the guy to his grave. Okay, he should die and go and meet him and be criticizing him there. This man, you criticize this man, okay, he's dead. He's your own fellow pastor. Leave him, let him go and rest. Why are you still chasing the dead person? If you like him so much and you want to war with him, Mr. Chris Okotie, go and die and go and find him there and begin to write him there. What nonsense is this? Enough, let this guy rest, man. So I supported this guy. FANI-KAYODE. He's more than a witch. He's a wizard, that man. Even wizard is better than that Chris Okotie. With this kind of his attitude as a pastor. What is this, man? Where are we, man?
Igor, there's something I want to address, so just permit me. There was an incident that happened here yesterday with a character called Morris that fouled up the place with extremely unpleasant language, and I know that a lot of people were bothered about that, so I feel I must address it. So some of you no doubt would have witnessed that episode with the character called Morris. But unfortunately, I would not say that was a one-off, because that was one of several instances that we have heard from that particular chap and people of his ilk. You know, so we argue and we lose our temper and we lose our cool. But of course, we always try to keep it in a civilized realm. You see, what I do here is an open mic session, essentially an open mic session. I open the mic and I invite anybody to come and speak. So there's a big chance being taken with that sort of like open mic session, because until that person interacts with the session, you don't really know what that person's intention is, what their level is, what quality they have, what their contribution will be. So that is just one of the perils there. And in most instances, it goes the way it has been going now and the way it has been going for quite a while. But in some rogue instances, you have instances like we experienced yesterday, where this guy came in and was saying all manners of unprintable words, cursing and swearing, even abused my mother, and so on and so forth. So this is that was the lowest that this particular platform has ever fallen, and I never even imagined, because I imagined that we'll fall out and argue and shout, but I never imagined that it will go that low. So that was the lowest point. But from here, so apologies to people who would have been offended by that, because I was offended, and I imagine that a lot of people would have been offended. So that is not going to repeat. Of course, you are not going to be seeing that character ever on this platform again. So that's for certain. But then, of course, I can almost guarantee that you're never going to see that sort of experience on this platform again. You know, I try to be liberal. Yeah, I try to be liberal, but I think now maybe a tougher stance is what I should adopt, you know, because that was it made for unpleasant. You know, that was the first time that I've ever gone back on any of the sessions to go and edit it. I just had to go and edit out some of the things that element said. It was just so crass and so, you know, motor park language. So apologies to the people who were offended by that. But then, as I said, that is one of the perils of running an open mic session when you don't know what the person that is coming on the screen will say. So I just thought I would address that because a lot of people, you know, were jarred by it, and it would be remiss of me not to make mention of it. So I've mentioned it, so I'll leave it there. So Ego, to that space where Buhari is saying to us that APC is going to rule Nigeria from now till eternity.
Okay, I will come to that, but sorry, before I come to that, let me just chip in little with regard to what you just said. You cannot just make a statement or whatever, or address whatever the Nigerian people are expect someone not to comment on it. So what I see about what you are saying, because for the past 3-4 days, if you watch well, I'm not consistent with your program. I'm a little bit occupied. Even when I come, you just see me, I will just disappear once. So I have other things, you know, that is really taking me out for some time now. So I was not really present and really heard what Maurice really said. You understand, in this platform. And let me tell you, there is one guy also that normally used to give us problem in this platform, himself and Maurice. He's an Igbo guy also. But that guy is not as Maurice. This is somebody who really listens. I think it's that guy you call CN or she. Oh, that guy. Himself and Maurice are this both couple. Later on, the guy became somebody who understands. And the guy became very mature. Even with, he was able to control himself. And as part of this program, whenever I speak again, I will let you. I this one guy that you say baby is crying. So that guy Maurice, please let us just let us not look like if we don't hate anyone. We don't create this platform or whatever to come and insult people in the public space. For someone to come to this place and insult your to talk to that length, I don't like it. Please, it's not by force that Maurice. It's only Maurice that normally come and insult in this place openly since this program is on. Only
Ego, I don't even mind. I don't mind aggressive behavior. I don't mind people giving me a hard time. I mean, I give people a hard time all the time. But I thought we had a minimum base level beneath which we should never go as adults and educated, civilized people. But I think that threshold was breached yesterday, and I wanted to address it because, of course, it was a moment in time.
Even that Michael, you used to pursue all the time. That Michael just only speak the truth. He don't insult anyone. That other guy, so he's a nice.
If I may say one or two statements.
Okay, I just wanted. No, I just wanted to.
We are not kids. I don't like it, man. I don't like it because someone insult my mother, I will not be happy. Don't talking about the word. It's not good. Don't come in if you don't want to talk. Don't come on. We are not here to fight. We have a problem in our country. We are gathering here. If we can make it, we are find a solution or support. At least, what is the insult for or the fight for here? Why are we fighting? Are we the government? Are we
Ego, hold on. I just wanted to make that address and just cap it off because you know it would be wrong of me not to address it. So I just wanted to address it, especially when the room had filled up sufficiently, because I don't want it to dominate the session. Because of course the guy is not here to have his right to reply. And
it's okay to that space.
One man. I just have like a sentence or two statement to make.
All right.
See, we are human beings, and we can never agree with. We cannot always agree. See, one thing is you are the owner of this forum, and it's a privilege for us to gather here for you to moderate us. it doesn't mean that anybody can come online and insult. Once you start seeing the sign, just remove the person immediately. Even the slightest insult,
what kind of childish things
please
that? What's the
don't
problem?
allow it to happen. Because
Let
I've been
people
to many
finally.
forums,
What
I've been
is
to
that?
many fora.
Can you
Some will
do
not
that?
even
I just
tolerate.
get irritated, man.
Some will not even tolerate 1/20 of what you tolerate. So you don't need to tolerate anybody that brings insult upon the forum. I think we are all gentlemen. So nobody can impose his opinion on us and start going aggressive whenever the person is not being listened to. So please make it a policy. Once you see some people raising negative aggression, please you don't need to bring the person to studio.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Ola. What I've done is I've just made some people, because I monitor the comment section occasionally just to see what is going on there. So the people that seem to be a bit more balanced in their view, I've made them moderators, and it is their task then, not to over moderate, but if it gets to extremes, just to boot people out. So unfortunately, we have to take a firmer hand, which is not essentially my style. But then, of course, that is where
Can I make a comment on Maurice?
I don't want it to be too much of a Maurice session, though.
No. I just have some advice for you, one man. We can put all the blame on Maurice, but at the same time, we have to blame you on the other side too. Because if we really want to be fair, Maurice is person, like the way I see him, have anger issue. When you say something to him, he doesn't have the stomach, to take it. He will want to say something bad to you or react, forcefully, negatively back to you, and because yesterday you started hitting him, and that was what
I prodded at him. I recall what I said, but
so
I'm not quite sure if what I said. Well, I said essentially that maybe the conversation of the platform, the level was a bit too high for him, and then he went on and he said all of those things, which then proved what I just said. Because he said I should apologize, that he felt offended. I said, okay, if you want an apology, have it. But then he went on, and the language, it wasn't even only me that was insulting. The F this, F that, F this, F that, this is from a middle-aged man.
Looking at what you said to him, what you said to him was not wrong. That's the truth.
Hold on.
Let us try to be here and be speaking the truth, at least as we are talking about our country. What you said to Maurice was not wrong. Because the reason you said that to Maurice was that Maurice is fond of this same character since the opening of this place. That goes far to say that, yes, you are not really the level of conversation here. I don't think your mentality
is left for the host now to handle.
Anything wrong.
Hello? Okay. All right. Let's just knock that on the head.
I want to advise one man.
Sorry, who's that?
You see, one man.
Yeah. Can you tell this guy?
If Maurice come back at any time, I want to advise you to accept him back into the fold, And what we have to do is that...
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Let me tell you...
Don't give him such advice. Maurice
hold on. Let me give you the narrative that built up to that point. The first time he came in, he said those same words that he said to me to somebody else, which was Mike, son of 1,000 fathers, he called him. The second time he came in, he called me a wanker. The third time he came in, he called me a wanker. And then we went through a period when we thought we had calmed him down. But then, of course, the latest installment was that demonstration. So here triggers sort of like a character with a, thin skin. And you cannot have that we're on edge, that we cannot really talk to him too much so that it gets triggered and it starts to foul the place up with language. So we cannot have that. We cannot be intimidated by anybody. So we have to have him excuse us is really the best course of action. That is just my view.
Well, if you want to go ahead to permanently exclude him, the choice is yours. But for me, I believe we are all brothers, even though that he has some issue. We can advise him. We can talk to him. Hey, don't go across the line when you are here. Try to cool your temper. It's good for you here, and it can be good for you everywhere. And you, one man, you don't want to punch him. You don't want to aggravate him as well. So
well, that's the thing,
yeah,
though.
so,
You know, I cannot, you know, have that I cannot, you know. If I cross the line, then of course pull me up as well. But you know, I cannot have that I'm walking on eggshells with anybody. You know, I have to free flow. But let's just thank you for that, Ajale Koko. But
right.
let's just leave that. I want to introduce this chap who seems to have some knowledge on a space that I want to introduce, which is just the crypto world. So, K. Raphael, we see you. K, we see you. Oh. This space that I want to introduce, which is just. Oh yes. So there he is. Yeah, K. Raphael. Is it Raphael or Raphael? How do you pronounce it?
Can I say something?
Yeah, you can. Carry on. Yeah, K. Raphael.
Yeah, can I say something?
Yes,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. No.
All right.
There's a lot of feedback on your system. No. Okay, so now that's better. So let's hear from Rational Mind actually. So Rational Mind, let's hear from you.
Yeah. Good day, everybody. From here, it's a different time in different parts of the world. So, speaking to the topic we have today, I was surprised that well, not really surprised because I think the CBN governor himself hinted to such in one of his last press conference they had, saying that Nigeria is going to have their own cryptocurrency and all the rest, which some people.
What are you making of that?
That's what I'm trying to say. Allow me, please.
No,
carry on. Yeah. So that they were going to have a cryptocurrency come back, something like that. People interpreted it to mean maybe they're going to finally lift up the ban on Bitcoin and the rest. Some people say, well, maybe it's because maybe they're trying to, you know, we're seeing the whole world now going crypto now. Most central bank, they're having their own cryptocurrencies now. We've seen China so far have had theirs, and other countries are also coming up with their cryptocurrency. So anyway, with the CBN announcing, I think I read a little bit of it. I've not really read the whole story about it, but I could understand that maybe that was what he meant when he said one of his last press conference. So it's a good thing, but only I want them to go far. Others creating a centralized digital currency, which is just only Nigeria. They should allow other breathing space for other cryptocurrencies like Ethereum, Bitcoin. Bitcoin.
Sorry,
Cash.
what do you mean they should? Do they not have the space already? I think the space is there for.
Well, it's
people,
there, but
people trade crypto in Nigeria. In fact, it's one of the busiest transaction spaces.
You cannot cash out. You cannot cash out from the banks. I mean, if you have to do that, you have to go through this P2P, and the P2P space. There's a lot of. I've been victim myself many times. There's been claims of.
Let me bring this guy in because I think this is his space. Raphael, there's a lot of reverberation in your system, Raphael. But carry on, rational mind.
Well, I think we are getting this feedback here that is interfering. So I don't know.
No, yeah, no, yes, no. I wanted to introduce a guy to the conversation who is K. Raphael that you're seeing in your screen, because he's a crypto. Hold on, yeah.
I think he has two, either YouTube and StreamYard together talk at the same time. So ask him to put off one of them.
Okay, you can hear that. So can you do that, and then I'll bring it back on. Raphael, so mute one of your devices so we don't get the reverb. Okay, you can hear that. So can you do that, and then I'll bring it back on. Raphael, so mute one of your devices so we don't get the reverb. And use a headphone as well. And use a headphone as well. No, it's too harsh. But carry on, Nodi.
The P2P space is full of so many fraud and all of that. People complaining about their account being hacked to buy cryptocurrencies. So many people have had their accounts locked as a result of that. So anyway, it's like the vice president said that they don't need to restrict if they should restrict the banks from not trading, but allow the cryptocurrencies exchanges to be able to use the bank to facilitate payments. That would help. That would grow the sector in Nigeria. And I think that's one of the reasons why the dollar is really crashing. I overheard when the CBN governor was being told, somebody was saying to him, he said they met at the Senate hearing. The president said, I trade $20 million worth of cryptocurrency. And he was like, where did you do that? I mean, how? You give me an evidence. I mean, did they go to the central bank? No, but then the thing is this: they can regulate it. They can regulate it.
They can't regulate it now. Cryptocurrency is a decentralized system. That is the antithesis of cryptocurrency to regulate.
What I mean regulated. Well, listen. I mean, let me say. Let's be honest. Cryptocurrency is not anonymous. Look at what happened recently. The ransomware that was paid by a company here in the United States, they were able to hack, they were able to get the money back. So they were able to trace it. So it's not really, if you have a wallet now, the way they're going about the whole thing, with the new regulation coming in, they can regulate it to some extent. Not really that they can control how much is being printed, or how many cryptocurrencies out there. They are not doing, but when it comes to people,
who is KYC, who is they?
You said what?
Yeah.
Say that again.
No, who is they that are going to regulate it?
I mean, the government. They can put regulation. Yeah, they can regulate it. Yeah, they can. That's what even here in the United States, to some extent, there's a regulation, which is the KYC. Right. Know your customer. Yeah, we know. Yeah, so that is one aspect to it. So if they're thinking that because it's anonymous, people can use it for terrorism, forget it. If they want to do the investigation, find out who owns that wallet, that the Bitcoin was transferred to, they can always do that. That was what the FBI proved recently.
Do you know how cryptocurrencies work?
Do I what?
Do you know how cryptocurrencies work? No, it's a question.
Well, I don't want to give any information as to that. Yes, I do.
Okay, let me tell you how cryptocurrency works, or let me say what cryptocurrency does is it sends a signal through what is called nodes, NODES. So these nodes are super grid computers that are located all over the world. It's just really anonymous, and the entirety of it, of course, is a series of cryptography, letters and numbers, and then that is scrambled, and then it goes through all of those nodes for validation to assess that cryptocurrency exists, and then to assess that it is from that wallet, and then it goes into another wallet. So how is anybody able to trace through nodes all over the world encryptions that is going from one wallet to another? What are you talking about?
Well, listen, that's what they say, follow the money. You can also follow.
Yes, how do you do that?
Yeah, they can. You see, there's a ledger. There's a ledger. There's a ledger.
Yeah.
It tells you, like, for example, if you, let me say this to you. If you, one man.
Sorry, Yeah,
Be
it's
back here.
Raphael again. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I've muted him. Let me speak to him.
If you're transferring Bitcoin or any of the cryptocurrency to my account, my wallet, at least on the ledger, on the blockchain ledger, you can see it from your wallet to my wallet. You can see it, isn't it?
No, you cannot.
Oh my goodness. You can see it. You can't. You I don't know. I mean, where did you learn this? Your own cryptocurrency?
I'm telling you. No. How can you see it? No. Explain what you just said.
That is what they call the blockchain ledger. The blockchain ledger tells you the transactions going on. Okay, how do people find out? Oh, whales are moving their wallets. They are moving. I mean, this whale is moving. I mean, they tell you at some point that there's this wallet that's been dormant for two. Let me say something. Hold on. Let me say something. Yeah. There is a wallet that's been inactive for about 2 years, and it has so amount of Bitcoin in it, and then suddenly it moved to this wallet, or it moves to Coinbase. How are they able to trace it? How are they able to trace it? It is through the ledger, the blockchain ledger. It tells them what is moving. They tell you. So I don't know how you understand your own or where you learn from. But what I'm trying to say to you is this: it is traceable. They can say trace it if they want to.
Okay, let's hear from Olufemi. Yeah, no, carry on. Yeah.
So
Olufemi, did you want to disagree with what Nod is telling us? Because it's I'm not sure that it's 100%.
I'm actually with him because he's 1,000,000% correct. Okay.
Well, how can you be 1,000,000% correct?
And here is how it works. He is correct by saying every transaction is logged by that node that you mentioned earlier, which is essentially miners, all right, all over the world. Whichever of those miners processes your transaction, essentially creates that transaction and adds it to that ledger and distributes the ledger to all the processes your transaction. Right? It distributes the ledger across all the nodes. That transaction and adds it.
Sorry, I've had to remove K. Raphael because it's just that. Yeah, so carry on, yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. So once whoever generates or processes your transaction, this transaction to the other nodes, they verify and then they add it to the ledger, right? And then that transaction is completed. Now, if you want to trace a transaction, say you have a wallet IDA, and in that wallet you have 1 Ethereum, for instance. I can, if I want to know what you have been doing with your 1 Ethereum for the past 6 months or however long you've had it, we'll just go to the Explorer, Ethereum Explorer. Ethereum Explorer essentially shows you the history of any particular wallet address. And for Bitcoin, you have
but do you not need to have access? Do you not need to have the
sir, no. I don't need your private keys. I don't need.
No, not your private keys, but your what's it called again? The whatever it is that you used to send it.
The wallet. The wallet address.
Not the wallet. If I'm sending it to you, then it comes up with let me go on my Coinbase. I'm losing track of but you know when you're sending it, say you generate, what do you generate to send? If I wanted to send you an Ethereum now or whatever, what do I generate to send it?
Oh, okay. So you want to send an Ethereum?
Yeah.
You don't generate anything really, except if you have 2-factor. If you have 2-factor, that's just your back end protection for yourself. I don't need all those. I'm not a bad hacker. I'm not trying to steal your stuff. I just want to see what you've been doing with it. All right. So all I need is that public wallet that is dormant to me because I don't have the private wallet, private key to it. So I cannot access your money, but I can see what you've been doing with it. So all I need to do is put that wallet address on Ethereum Explorer, and it's going to show me that history, and I can trace it up until when you cash out. Look, here is I like what my brother just brought up a while ago about the recent incident with the ransomware payment and how FBI was able to capture those. I believe if somebody were to hack an account, most of the time you would see on whatever Explorer, on whatever network that happens, you would see that activity, that transaction where somebody took money from somewhere and where they put that money.
Okay. You know what I'm trying? I'm not quite sure how long you have been following, but what I am trying to do is I'm trying to introduce that crypto slot into the session. And this is actually why Raphael is here. This guy that I've been trying to bring in, but his device is bouncing off the system. Let me... Oh, yes, you see, this was the guy that was meant to, this was the guy that was meant to talk us through crypto, but his device is just, bouncing off the systems. So I am trying to introduce that cryptocurrency elements to the session. So I want to be having like a 15, 20 minutes cryptocurrency session, because we can't just be talking and not learning anything. So, and that is really the space of the future. So I wanted experts to come and speak to that space. So if you have expertise and it looks as though Rational Mind and yourself do, then and you're willing to volunteer yourself to speak to that space, so we'll introduce it and see what people are making of it. I don't know if you want to put yourselves forward, Rational Mind and Oluwafemi. Yeah. Hello? Can you hear me, Russia?
I didn't hear you because I can hear you now.
Oh my God.
Can you repeat what you just said?
No, okay, let's ask Oluwafemi, did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard you, and I was going to respond to that.
So you responded. Yeah.
I think that it's important that we are able to kind of help educate ourselves, because for somebody like me, I've been in crypto since late 2014. All right, so I'm not the Dodge people and all that. All right, so and I've gone ahead since I saw that that's where the world is going. I've gone ahead to get a professional certificate in blockchain technology and cryptocurrency, precisely from UC Berkeley in the US. All right,
okay, that's brilliant. So and do you know anything about non-fungibles as well? Do you know non-fungibles? Does anybody know about non-fungibles as well? Because I do
actually. Yeah. I do actually, and I believe a lot of my countrymen here too would they know about it. So non-fungible tokens basically are unique tokens. All right. On the Ethereum network.
Essentially, is it copyrights? Essentially, intellectual property. Just
intellectual property. You can describe it as such. All right. And in some cases, you can use it as a bridge between traditional assets to decentralized assets. Case in point, traditional asset is an artwork. Just for an example, if you have an artwork and you want to, it's just physical, it's right there on your shelf, but you want to digitize it, or you want to tokenize it. You can get somebody who creates graphics and then decide whether you want to do it on Binance chain, smart chain, or maybe Ethereum 721. If you want to do some...
sorry to interrupt you, Oluwafemi. Was there not one non-fungible that sold for maybe millions that made the news not that long ago?
Yes.
Some digitalized art piece that...
That art piece actually comprised of, I think, 5,000 different artworks. And it sold for millions of dollars. You are very correct about that. All right. So I think it's been around since CryptoPunk era. CryptoPunks came out, I think, a couple of years ago. So it's not new, but late last year up until now, they kind of came around again with the current bull run that we have. So a lot of people are just hearing about it for the first time. But CryptoPunks has actually made a lot of people rich.
Is it a space worth going into? Because I hear that there are even selling property, land titles as non-fungible.
Thank you. So, as with anything, as with any investment that all of us here may want to get into, first thing that is very important is for you to educate yourself. It is you can't pay for it if you have lost a lot of money. You've lost money, you've lost it. All right.
Sorry, by the way, we will get back to the politics in a moment, but we are going to be introducing more and more of this as part of the session. So carry on, Oluwafemi. Yeah.
So I say that to mean that you don't put the cart before the horse. All right. So educate yourself, be enlightened about the subject of what you're going into, and then you would be able to make informed decisions on your investment way. Now, talking about the applications of NFT, you are very correct about the fact that it's the new niche now that people are going into, and the application as regards property titles and all that. There is actually a project. There might be many of that, but I know of one that was recently launched. I think launched around March of this year. They call that project Labs. All right. Now, if you care, you can read up about Labs. What Lab is proposing to do is to tokenize properties. To tokenize properties in Asia. Asia would mean the China of this world and all of them, and Singapore and all those areas. So, and what they have done is to collaborate with, to go into partnerships with Engine. Engine is a project that deals essentially
Engine is about gaming, isn't it? Which crypto speaks to gaming, because that would be another space that, all these children that are into gaming, anyway. Really, my question, let me just ask you this question so that I'm not quite sure if people are bored of that space, but certainly it's something that we're talking about more and more. If you had $1,000, £1,000, etc., and you had to put it in non-fungibles or cryptocurrencies, where would you, let's say, for instance, as a 12 to 18-month hold, and to grow it for, so if you had $1,000, £10,000, and you are able to just let it fallow for 12 to 18 months, where would you put it?
All right. So whatever I say after this is not a financial advice. It's just my own personal opinion. And I am not licensed as a financial
I thought you said you've done degrees. Well, you're not boasting about the degrees just now.
No. That's for my personal consumption. All right.
All right.
It is not so that
I'm only pulling your
legs. It is not so that I can tell you where to put your money. All right. So, but having said that, if I were to have $1,000 or pound today and look for where to put it, definitely I will not put it in Bitcoin. And one reason for that is not because Bitcoin may not go to 100,000 by December. It is not because Bitcoin will go to zero, but it is
because
just
you
that,
get more traction from another. You get more.
Yeah, because it's to some extent it's a game of numbers. So if my $1,000 will give me a fraction of Bitcoin, and with that $1,000, I can get Polkadot, as I speak with you, should be around $20, $21, $22. I can get a lot of that and hold for 18 months. And the only reason why we want to go into that is because right now, that ecosystem is just, it's just incubating. Actually, it has been incubating since last year. And now it's getting close to hatching. And hatching in the sense that other projects that are going to build on that network they are beginning to do what they call crowd loan.
Carry on, land that point,
So they're beginning to do what they call crowd loan. Essentially, crowd loan is you bring your dot and you stake it. They're going to give you your dot back later on, maybe after 12 months, 18, 42, whatever months. But you give them your dot, they hold it.
There was a time EOS was doing that as well, that people would loan your EOS and trade it,
Yes, so you loan them your Kusama, KSM Kusama, to get Karura, for instance. You loan them your Kusama to get Moon River from Moonbeam. You loan them dots to get.
Hold on, before everybody follows, just speak to that $1,000, you know, thing.
All right. Just basically what I'll do is I won't get those high market cap currencies. I'll go for low market cap currencies. And of course,
and as you said, you're not a financial advisor, but if we're going to say, if you are going to risk, let's say not even $500, but let's say £200 on something that you think will go, let's say X5 within the next 3-4 months. Is there an X5 within the, if you wanted to gamble, can you X5 within the next 3 months?
That's actually a difficult one at this point, considering what Bitcoin is doing. All right, I would expect that Bitcoin would bounce, you know, from this ranging that it's doing for the past couple of days, and at some point try to retest 47,000. But if it does that and then rolls over and comes down, we know that's it.
No. So sorry, but I wasn't asking Bitcoin. I was asking, if you were to risk, if you wanted to gamble, let's say £200 on a coin that is going to go times X within the next 3 to 4 months. And let me see if I can open Raphael up. So this question goes to Raphael. It's just a bounce back from Raphael.
Hello.
The next 3 to 4 months. Let me see if I can open Raphael up.
Yeah, so Raphael, you still have multiple devices. You still have multiple devices.
So. No, let me. So did you understand the question? And that is to you as well, Nodi. So if you were to gamble £200 on a crypto that you think is going to go, let's say, X3 to X5, so multiply by 300 to 500% within, because that used to be the thing, but is it still a thing now? So is there a coin that you can recommend that if you wanted to gamble away £200, let's say, that you put your money in and there's a good chance it will go X3 or more?
Yeah, the crypto space right now, it's there's a bloodbath right now.
Is what?
A bloodbath. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's crazy.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's correct.
Yeah. So it's crazy. It's the fluctuation is just crazy, going up and down, and I think somebody used the word range. It's ranging crazy.
So,
yeah.
Hello.
So,
it's crazy. It's the fluctuation is just crazy.
Man. Somebody is there. Hello. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. I'm desperately trying to get Raphael in because this is.
I have to text him and tell him on the chat.
I don't have his. I don't have your text. I don't have anybody's text. But he's engineer's friend. You know. Yeah. But carry on. Yeah.
So right now, it's very difficult for one to really say this cryptocurrency or that cryptocurrency would be something one would advise. Well, for my own, I want to self-disclosure. I don't want to. I'm not giving any financial advice here. Please, I don't want anybody saying later this guy advised us. No, please, I'm not giving any financial advice like the other guy said. I'm just only trying to. This is just only for entertainment, perhaps. Let's use the word. So I think Cardano, and
what's the ticker for that?
Well, the thing about Cardano,
ADA.
ADA. Oh,
Alpha, Delta, Alpha.
You know, I used to have all of this. Remember when they were auctioning EOS? I used to be the ones that was buying EOS from auction and putting it on Binance or Bittrex. So a lot of these things, I wish I held on to more, but you know.
Yeah, Cardano, you need to develop diamond hand, woman.
The one space that, if there's one space that is filled with regret, is the cryptocurrency space, because there's nobody in that space that would not look back and say, I wish. It's always I wish. But yeah, no, the carry on.
So Cardano and XRP, if this is a whole legal issue, if they are done with this legal issue that they're having with the SEC, if they're able to resolve already, I think they're already resolving it. I think I see XRP2 also going to the moon very soon. But then the three cryptocurrency that I would, if I
and
have
can you
the,
tell us their utility as well? So the ones, what is that?
Well, you see, one thing about this cryptocurrencies is just basically they're just speculations. You know, they'll tell you, oh,
No,
this person
with Ethereum, for instance, you can say Ethereum is like a petrol, because you cannot, every transaction you have to spend a little bit of Ethereum, so it has that utility value. And I think Litecoin, for instance, Litecoin has no real utility value, but Bitcoin, it has a storage value, you know, and then EOS, it has that utility value that Ethereum has as well. So along those lines.
Let me ask a question. Yeah. What utility is there for Dogecoin? What's the use?
Dogecoin, is it not a gaming? Is it not a gaming coin?
No, it's a meme. It's a meme. It's a joke.
It's a meme coin. It's a meme coin.
It's a joke.
So it's not really. See, the thing is,
all right.
that is why a lot of people like Warren Buffett and the CEO of Chase and other big billionaires, even what's his name? Besides this guy that owns a Tesla, the Amazon guy,
Elon Musk.
Jeff Bezos. That's why they will not put their mouth. I mean, they will not put their money in it.
But what's his name? Microsoft. He's in Bitcoin. Richard Branson is in Bitcoin. You know, he has. Well, in fact, that was how I came in. I saw him speaking about it. Yeah.
The point is this: what I'm just driving at is, let's forget this issue of Ethereum 2.0. There's this and that, and they're trying to like limit the amount of Ethereum. Cardano is this and whatever they say. I mean, it's for me, it's just to pump up the price. You know, to me, why I just strictly just invest in it is I just watch the market. I watch the market. I watch all the buzzing and everything going around certain cryptocurrency, and then I put my money into it. And then after, when I feel, I mean, it's time for me to sell, when I see that the whole buzzing and everything is going down, or people are just going crazy about it, I exit. So the point is this, for me, it's just what I would advise anybody here. I mean, I would suggest not advice. I'm not giving any advice, please. My suggestion would be you read up on any cryptocurrency you want to invest into. Read up about the current trends around the cryptocurrency. Could be maybe okay. Oh, they said it's energy friendly, it doesn't consume energy. If that's what it's trending about that cryptocurrency, put your money in it if that's what you want to do. And if it's because Ethereum has some utility value, so this and that, they can use it to register, monitor number of whatever they want to use it for in some governmental parastatals for knowing the amount of trading and whatever, if that's what it is, and you see the market is upbeat for that cryptocurrency, invest your money in it. So for me, for now, the buzz around XRP now. The buzz around XRP now. You know, XRP was partnering with.
Sorry, what's XRP?
That's
Ripple.
Ripple.
XRP is the current.
That's Olufemi that is rattling, but is But carry on, yeah.
So Ripple, the buzz around now is the SEC issue. They're having a problem with the Security and Exchange Commission here in the United States. So if they are able to resolve
my issue. My issue with Ripple is Ripple not the one that the owner is going to hold half of the coins that is going to be printed, which then gives him the power to manipulate. I think there are going to be a billion Ripples, and he's going to own half of it. So half of it is not going to be in the market. But it gives them the power to move that market.
Let me make this point. Yes, like you said, he has a lot of Ripple locked up somewhere. But what I'm saying, the use of Ripple is this. A lot of Asian banks, they are using it for money transfer.
Yes.
MoneyGram was in on it before I think they exit because of this issue of with what's it called with SEC. And now even in Dubai and in some other Gulf countries, Ripple is being used for transactions. I mean, for money wise, instead of going through this what do they call it? when you want to do like I can't even think straight right. Anyway, let's just this bank transfers using normal bank transfer. Well, I can't remember right. I can't just think right now. Think straight right now because I have a lot of things going on. So what I'm trying to say, it's faster, and the utilities that a lot of banks are joining the bandwagon now, especially in Asia and in the Middle East. So that's the utility of XRP. It's useful in that sense because banks are using it to make transfers across borders. You get it? So that's just the utility of most of this cryptocurrency like XRP and Bitcoin. So, but then the thing is this: if you want to invest, just read up on any cryptocurrency of your choice. Read up on anything, any happening around it that could inform you on your decision as to whether you should invest or not. That's all I can say.
All right. Thank you. Just so before we lose everybody, let's go back to the politics of it. So to that space, then this students' union leader that is taking the 40 million. I don't know what offends me more: selling the whole of the movement for 40 million naira or him taking bribe. But apparently, allegedly, the leader of the National Association of Nigerian Students, a guy called what is his name, Sunday Asafon, he has collected now 40 million naira from the Buhari administration to infiltrate the protest scheduled for tomorrow and to wreck it from within.
Allegedly, no? Is that what it is? It was alleged that or is it a fact? Is it a proven fact?
Well, it's never a fact, but it's in the papers. The paper that is actually in is Sahara Reporters, and the protest tomorrow is being organized by Showore, as you know. So of course, then he should know a bit more on that. But that is what is being alleged there.
Well, the thing is, I won't put it behind him if he collects it, because that guy has had he has a pedigree of being pro-government, not pro-student. Little I've read about that guy. He's always on the side of even government. But sometimes I even wonder, why could they even make that guy, I mean, the student union, is it president or chairman?
Ola was querying that, is he even a student still?
Somebody who is about 43 or 45, how many years is this? How did they say he is? So somebody of that age, I mean, what experience is he bringing? Is it because he's older? Is that why they're making him? Or what experience? Or is it because he's a PhD holder or what? I don't get it. So they should use, and in fact, like I understand, they said it's not even a full-time student. They said maybe he's even maybe he's working and at the same time being a student. I don't know.
He's just registered somewhere so that he can be collecting.
So why they making? I mean, so you see, the thing is this: it still goes down to the same thing in Nigeria. Nigerian politics is so nasty and dirty. You see, like NSAS, the same thing is going to happen. I see that happening tomorrow, and that's what is already cooking up right now with all these different factions. Like I was reading somewhere, they said other Lagos was threatening the June 12 people not to protest. Now they call themselves this Zulu. They call themselves maybe something Zulu or whatever. They call themselves. They're threatening that they will meet them.
What we're also hearing is that there's going to be like a convergence of all this pressure group, because I think Odudu and Nation agitators are looking to synergize their protest or rallies to so there'll be all sorts of organizations out on the streets. That's the speculation.
So let us see how that plays out tomorrow. But the thing is, I know the government too, they are ready. The government, pro-government people too are ready just to to make a nonsense of that.
Another bloodbath.
Yes, possibly there's another NSAS might possibly happen. When there's violence, we'll bring in the police.
I don't know what's going on. Who's that now? God. Okay, I think I removed. Sorry.
So what happened in NSAS during the NSAS might possibly happen, because when they introduce violence into it and they start fighting each other and maybe they start destroying things, and then they'll bring in the army and the police, and then Nigeria with this politics, it's just so.
I'm really looking forward to tomorrow, rational mind, because I'm wanting to gauge that measure to see if it matches up in impact to the 31st of May when they had the sit-at-home in the East. So if it matches up in impact, then there is no hiding place of anymore for Malam Buhari and his guys, is what I am suggesting. Because
what I say is it's going to fizzle out. I mean, it's going to just be a protest. I don't see it's going too far. I don't see that protest really going too far. Maybe they'll just only make noise, blah 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 blah, and that's it. Because when Shura was calling for mass revolution, you are calling. It's something that people should be on it. Everybody should be on it, not just one section or one part of the country. What's a revolution you are calling that? I mean, maybe places like Zamfara, I think I saw a cap. I mean, I saw an headline a minute ago before I came here. It says something about is Zamfara State. Is it the bandits or they kill people there? And they were saying nobody should protest tomorrow because they see that as being another violence that might happen. Because if the bandits come into the protest, they might kill people or kidnap people. So you see, the thing is this: a revolution you are calling that is not, involve a lot of people who are everybody around. I don't see that going too far anywhere. It was not going to go too far. It's going to be the same noise making, and I wish it really makes any impact, a lasting impact, changing the order, the so-called order they have there in Nigeria. I wish it does, but I don't see it going too far. That's just my own take about it.
And to Buhari saying that he sees APC essentially ruling the Nigerian space virtually from now to the end of time. So I mean, we saw how the elections ran. Yeah, we saw how the elections ran in 2019. So essentially, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, we've heard this is the PDP too. They said they're going to rule for 30 years or 30 something years. They said they're going to rule, and then what happened? Look at how they were flogged during 2015. The APC won the election, even though we know there's never been any real election in Nigeria. It's all just rigging. Whoever can rig best wins the election. That's just what Nigeria is. But what I'm just saying is that they can say the same thing. Like PDP once said that they're going to rule for 26 years or how many years they said they're going to rule for. I mean. And then they were kicked out. So, I mean, possibly too, it might happen to them come 2023, but we just have to wait and see. But the thing is this, coming together that some PDP breakaway faction from PDP and some AC and CPC, which is Buhari, if they don't come together with this same political fragmentation right now in Nigeria, I don't see, not even PDP, I don't see them making any impact or maybe defeating the APC. That is if at all 2023 election will hold. But if it does hold, I see them still winning this election because they have all the machinery.
You see the APC winning it?
Yeah, I see them winning it because if there's no unity at this moment, there's no unity among
there's no unity where
there's no unity among the other parties, which are
there's no unity within PDP than there is within APC.
Well, I mean, right now,
PDP seems more structured and organized than APC, just on appearances.
Well, we can say that, but they have the means to violence. I mean, APC has the means to violence. They control the army. They just leave on. I know you might not understand. I mean, you might not agree with me on this. But what I'm saying is this: they control the army. They control. Even look at what they're trying to do now. They're trying to infiltrate the
students' protest. Yeah.
No. They're doing it. They're trying to infiltrate INEC by appointing. Yes,
Loretta Onoche.
Who is not be a political. Belongs to a political party. So when they start infiltrating, putting commissioners who are pro APC,
just speak to that space. Speak to that space for a moment, Nodi. And I think Ajanle Koko wanted to come in as well. But speak to that space first, Nodi, because it scrambles my brain a little bit. Loretta Onoche, the spokesperson for Buhari for the last 5 years, is going to be made an INEC commissioner, which is meant to be the independent umpire for elections within the Nigerian space. And this is something that the senators are set to approve. Explain the logic of that to me, Nodi, because I don't get that.
It is wrong. It is wrong in any way. It's morally wrong.
It is criminal, isn't it?
It's criminal. It's wrong, but they would go ahead and do it because they control the Senate. and they control the House of Rep, and they have a presidency, so they can always do whatever they do, and they will tell you they are doing it according to constitution, whatever it is. But we know all the shenanigans and we know all the dishonesty in there. But what I'm trying to say is the way it's going, if the opposing political parties don't get themselves together, they cannot pull these guys down. I know APC seems like APC is in disarray. They're not really getting themselves. But what I also see playing out again is this. There's either one thing or two things going to happen before 2023. It's either APC will disintegrate if Bola Tinubu fails to get a ticket, or any of his anybody that he proposes, like maybe Oshibajo fails to get a ticket. I see him moving out of APC, moving all the structure out of APC.
You know what is being speculated, just off the back of what you've just said there. What's being speculated is that APC, they're not going to give him the ticket, and then it's being speculated then that he's going to form a super party with Atiku Abubakar. So they'll take all the big weights from APC and PDP and form a third force.
So I think that might happen. So well, we're only just trying to speculate, but looking at the way the whole thing is playing out, I know they were not going to give it to him. Not even with the statement he made yesterday, the president, and he was trying to retract that statement, trying to
that somebody from Lagos is playing God.
So what I'm trying to just say is that there is no way they were going to give it to him, and if they give it to him, I don't see anything. I don't see anything really coming out of it because APC. I know they might say they might root for 20-something years or 30 years, whatever, but I don't see it really happening if the other parties they come together.
All right. Thank you. Adale Koko, you wanted to speak to that space, but just that question that I was putting to Rational Mind, just the idea that Loretta Onoche, because anytime that Buhari is being defended, the names that you're hearing is Loretta Onoche throwing abuse at everybody. She is now being put forward as an INEC commissioner, which is essentially an election umpire to be the referee. So the referee for an election that will be telling you that the election is free and fair is the spokesperson for Buhari for the last 6 years. So what does that mean? Well, I don't get that. Adale Koko.
That tells us that, first of all, Onocha is Buhari sympathizer. So everybody knows that. And for her to be appointed into that position that is supposed to be somebody with an independent mind to occupy, tells us that Buhari doesn't give a damn about anybody. All he's preparing for is to put his people in strategic position to propel what he has as an agenda to rig the election. He doesn't care. He did it. He did it last time. And he will do it again this time.
Do you think that is what emboldens him? How easily they were able to rig that 2019 election when the whole world said this election is false, and they just announced themselves winners anyway. So essentially, this is just because, of course, how can you call an election free and fair where Loretta Onoche, a stalwart of one party, is the umpire? How is that possible?
This is a government that, by all its action, by all their action, legalizes illegality. All this government has been doing is unconstitutional in all ramifications you want to look at it, all the way, either by appointment, either by judicial, everything. Look at all. Okay, she put Onoche, that is her supporter, in a position that a politician should not supposed to occupy.
Not just a politician, no, a frontline politician of the leading of the ruling party.
APC, of our party. So, and he have in Supreme Court a Sharia professor that anything that goes there, he has to go. He has at the president of Senate a rubber stamp. So he has done everything he has prepared the ground to reach there. So, and in their party, you know, they don't have in their constitution for rotational presidency, unlike PDP. What PDP have?
I know where you are going with. I know where you are going to with that. This is Rufai presidency is what you are talking about, isn't it?
Whether Tinubu or Southerners or all the Igbos that are jumping, or the South side that are jumping from PDP to APC, this guy is going to have the party is going to come out with another northerner, and that is going to be the final. They believe the best they could do, the worst of the worst that is going to happen, they will bribe their way through. They will bribe the politician, and it's going to the power is going to shift. Going to remain in the north. So Buhari is by his interview. The interview the other day, he has opened himself to the whole world that look, everything that is happening, all what Garba has been saying, I'm behind it. That is what everything is said indicate that I am behind.
What are we speculating? What is the speculation? El Rufai, Fayemi candidacy for 2023 is what we're really looking at now, isn't it? El Rufai, Fayemi permutation.
Forget about Fayemi. As long as Tinubu is there, Tinubu is not going to anoint Fayemi. He's not going to anoint Fayemi for that position. So, what I foresee is that party is going to break. See, the Southwest members are going to break away from that party. And just like somebody said earlier, they're going to form their own party. They might go to PDP. Watch it. Tinubu
no, they won't go to PDP. They are going to form a super party, and they will take Atiku and PDP with them. So if Atiku, Tinubu, Saraki, FANI-KAYODE, etc., all these names, if they come and form one big party with some big Igbo names as well, they take maybe Peter Obi with them, etc., then that will be now the party to contend with. So then you have.
Can I say something here? Let me say something.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry, the other man, please. Just hold on. You see, the thing is this. One thing I say is that it will be it will be suicidal for them to form a new party. If they form a party, I tell you, they won't win that election.
You mean because of the time?
There are many things. You say what?
Because of the time, you mean only 2 years?
The time, and so many things will be used against them. So many things will be used against them. So the only way is to maybe they merge with PDP. I see Tinubu moving to PDP with Atiku. They're forming an alliance. I don't know that possibility that they can't go to PDP. They can go. He can go to PDP. He can. Just because of Atiku, so that they could really form that alliance.
You know the excuse they're gonna give for that they are moving to PDP. They will want to use restructuring that PDP or Jonathan, had a conference and gave Buhari all the documents to be implemented. To be implemented for restructuring. But this guy didn't do it, and he didn't want to do it, but rather want to fulanize the country, and that is why they are merging with PDP so that they can
Operation Rescue Nigeria,
to rescue Nigeria. And put
how long before Buhari starts to use the EFCC to chase them around? Because of course, very soon you start hearing Atiku corruption again. They will start chasing Tinubu for the bullion vans, and they'll start going after Saraki again for his family home. So how long before they start to use the forces to chase them round, which is, of course, the template of Buhari force. Yeah.
What is going to happen in that situation is we're going to have Ishuatayonyo, where you will, that will now empower the agitators for Yoruba nation and Biafra, because they won't stop. They're not going to back down because they said they are not going to, there's not going to be election. They are not going to back down. And they will want to, you know, fight hard to make sure that the election does not hold. And, you know, everything is going to be in the bed. There's going to be, it's going to be messy.
Yes, it's going to get very interesting. But let me, I've just noticed, I've not heard from J. Lord. So we need to hear from J. Lord. But before I hear from you, J. Lord, let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat. So Alexander, as ever, one of the supporters of the platform, he says, as a professional, I love it when people speak with a high level of wherewithal and professionalism. I have zero tolerance for uninformed and petty minds. So I think that is an acerbic remark in some direction. But thank you, Alexander. We say you. So J. Lord, good to have you. Sorry, it's taking so long to come to you. So J. Lord, are you a new name, by the way? Is this your first time on the platform?
No, it's not my first time. It's not my first
time. You are the musician. Are you the music man?
Yeah.
Okay, so carry on. Yeah. So just to the conversation.
Okay. To be honest, I think what everybody's saying is adding up. But however, we shouldn't forget. To be honest, the election has already started. It has already started. Like I've mentioned similarly previously on this platform. You know, there's the name registration going on. This is part of the election. You know, there's national ID card. This is all part of the election. It's already being on play. And if you look, like we all know that most of the lucrative position in Nigeria today is being occupied by the most Buhari ethnicity, like Fulanis and, you know, the Attorney General. Look at either is the CGM, everywhere basically, all the old you know, military parastatus is all occupied by, so everything. So for me, from my opinion, I think basically there's no any other person that is coming for 2023 other than Rufai. You know, there's no any other person that is coming for that position, and there's nothing that will stop it apart from the agitation that is going on in Nigeria now. That's why that's how I feel. That's my opinion still, you see. But I'm not.
If El Rufai ever become the president of that country, Nigerians within 12 months, they will go on their knees and beg Buhari to come back. That guy is brutal. But Lord Michael, we see you.
But from reliable source, I know he's the one that is coming. You know,
what do you mean from reliable source?
I won't disclose. I will not disclose that.
What reliable source do you have? Are you a music man?
Who is calling me music? No, music is my hobby. I do music as a hobby, but you know, I'm a security man. You understand? I'm a security.
Some time ago, we heard from Kogi State Governor that that when his speech, that his people called him that he had a voice from his people, that they can as a leader, exactly. You know.
No, yeah.
It's another
Where's the echo?
I think it's from. Let me see.
I don't think it's from my side.
No, it's not from your side. Well, everybody's muted apart from you.
Okay, so back to what I was saying. This is what.
Hello. Yeah, it's from you. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. But the echo is from you.
So this is what Yaya Bello said some time ago. He said clearly that people are calling him that they have seen a true leader in him, and they want him to come out for 2023 election. So I was like, okay, it's freedom of speech. Any vagabond can come out and say whatever they want to say.
You know, me too. I used to laugh at Yaya Bello, but you'd be surprised, no?
Yeah, but
you know, Yaya Bello is like Buhari's adopted son. Is like his favorite boy, kind of.
Yeah, but the thing, what you need to understand here, at the end of the day, these people, they know what they're doing, and if you come
distraction, thank you.
Tomorrow, 12. You see, the 12 will determine who is going to be Nigerian president. If there's a riot, that means it's going to be hard. Because if you look at it, for the Fulanis, before, if peradventure they're going to give the power, I must be honest to you. If you look at Benin governor, which are Obaseki, they will do anything. That's the highest they will do to put that man there, and the vice will come from Wike. That's it, to shorten everybody down, because that's what is going to happen if there's no taking.
You can't have South. You can't have two South.
No, it's just the echo from no, we can't have two South, and I don't really see an Obaseki presidency for whatever reason. But sorry, let's say more from J Lord. So J Lord, you were saying that it is your anticipation that it will be El Rufai presidency.
No, on El Rufai presidency, to be honest, it's only people that have not been watching the trends. Every other APC member, apart from Tinubu, that will come up often, and we hear this rumor that he's interested and is moving towards it. And if you don't get it, it will decamp and all those things. I think sometimes Nigerian, we often think for people. We don't allow people to actually do what they want to do from their mind. We just we place them in the position because maybe we're gaining 1 or 2 favor. But I think the restructure of APC is for El Rufai to come in. That's still, like I say, it's my own perception.
And who do you think he will run with? Because I was saying El Rufai with Vice President Fayemi, but Ajan Leko could just dismiss that out of hand. But what permutation do you think they'll bring forward the APC? So El Rufai and who?
To be honest, I can't really point hand on who they will take, but definitely they'll want to go to Southeast. They'll want to go to Southeast, just to balance the equation, which it will still not work, because if you look at the South, most of the people that are decamping from the Southeast to APC today, if you look at them, I think these people, they're not going there to become a president. They're only going there to just to keep themselves secure and their millions secure. They just want to be safe. That's why.
What about Ayade? No, because I buy into that narrative that it's going to be. They have to go to this. They have to do something big in the Southeast anyway. Absolutely, something big has to happen in the Southeast. So I can see that possibility of a northern front runner with a southeastern vice candidate. But then, of course, who is that person is the question. So that person could possibly be Ayade. That might well be one of the reasons that is crossed over. That person can also be Obaseki, because Obaseki, he covers the South and a little bit of the Southeast. But then that person, it necessarily might not have to be a party member, because Kingsley Moghalu has declared himself for the presidency as well. So he is in the mix too. So if we're saying El Rufai to front run, and we're saying just to counterweight and to soothe the Easterners, they choose a vice president from the East, which names are we conjuring with? We know that Peter Obi is with the PDP, but which names would you speculate, J. Lord?
I think, like you mentioned, Ayade is a good boy, and if you check from previous, even current trend, Obaseki doesn't stand a chance. The Fulani don't like people that talk too much, that get nosy, that asks
So
questions.
intellectual.
Yes. So, and we all understand that, and I don't see Obaseki going through that phase. You say Ayade, yeah, he's a gentleman, he is an obedient servant, and I believe definitely people they will much more consider somebody like that, and they might. I think Wike might slip into their finger if you play the ball. You understand?
But Wike would never be anybody's second. And if you are saying that Obaseki is too much of a loud mouth, there's no louder mouth than Wike. Wike is and Wike is PDP as well, by the way.
No, Wike. The thing is that what we don't know about Wike is a chameleon. They all are though. He always come up like a lion, but in the re-instinct is a sheep. You understand? He follows when the which market that got born in is a KB State, and he went there obediently. He donated 500 million to the emir of I forgot. I didn't get this right. He donated money. He's the only
to the emir anyway. To the emir, yeah.
He's the only Southern governor that went there and donated. So you see that humility, and he's humble when he has to be. So if he can ball with them, there's possibility, and they know if somebody like
you see why I'm discounting Wike is that traditionally in Nigeria, the lead person, he always wants to have somebody that is very weak, that is not too challenging. The only instance when we had two strong people as vice and as president and vice was Obasanjo and Atiku. But traditionally, you have somebody that's just like Oshibanjo, just there to make tea. Or like just somebody like a T-boy is essentially who the vice president.
Yeah, but
Wike is not a T-boy.
The vice president position in Nigeria is not accountable for anything now. They've watered up space. That
yes, a T-boy. So they want a T-boy.
Even though you're the hardest man in Nigeria, when you assume that office, you have to humble. You have to.
I think Ayade just been a T-boy. Ayade just always been a T-boy because he wants to get there. I tell you, Ayade is not a cheap meat. Ayade is not a cheap meat.
But who do you think because we're speculating on an El Rufai candidature now, and we're trying to see who his vice is likely to be. So would you think that Wike will be too strong for El Rufai to manage, and it will be easier for him to manage somebody like Ayade? Because Ayade will be somebody like a good Oshibanjo, who will be very a useful tool, but not somebody that will ruffle the feathers too much. But Wike might ruffle the feathers, is what I'm saying. So who do you think in that space is possible running? We're going to the East now to say that they're going to look to choose an Easterner as a running mate for a possible El Rufai candidate. So which names would you speculate on?
Okay, let me tell you guys something. Right now, they are having talks with Peter Obi and Kingsley Moghalu to come to the APC.
This is it. I knew Kingsley Moghalu was
talking. Yeah, they're trying to talk to them. Another option they are having is the Fashola to El Rufai, or Oshibanjo to El Rufai, but that is not going to fly at all.
Oshibanjo can be vice president to El Rufai,
a president to a northern vice, but it's not going to fly because of the jealousy of the South. Everybody already sees Oshibanjo like a weakling, so nobody wants him to go there. They be like, if he goes there, he's going to even be worse than Jonathan. But all that being said, I don't see any of this playing out because I don't think there's going to be 2023 with what is happening even today. You see right now that what is it called? The next president is on the run. Yeah. You know what they want to do to him? They want to catch him, and he will be in front of that protest.
You mean this one that's went to collect 40 million?
Oh my God! I am praying that something doesn't happen tomorrow.
How do you mean? Something like what?
Like something crazy doesn't happen tomorrow.
You mean that they don't go and do Lekki Toll Gate type response again? Go around shooting everybody? Yeah.
Yes.
It's not time yet.
A group is planning and the government is planning.
But you see, this is the thing, because the anticipation. I mean, we of a certain age, we know the Nigerian response to protest generally, but this now new generation of people, they are finding out now with the experience of Lekki Toll Gate what the government response will be to any protestation. So they've had that learning. So how do they then weigh that into the equation for their protest is the thing. So it'd be very interesting. Sorry, who wanted to say something?
Me. Okay,
Yeah,
let me tell you something. You see, part of why these things might not work tomorrow, it's because of some people like us. Some people like us who know that is the only way to our freedom. We stay here, we criticize everything, we put fear in the minds of people instead of us educating them for the importance. If everybody comes out tomorrow, if everybody comes out, I bet you this government will be on their knees. No single soldier will be able to release a bullet. I mean, if they see a mammoth crowd, how many can you kill? The truth is, we always have sellout amongst us, and some of us are already here.
Are you calling us a sellout, especially me? What am I sending out? I'm for the protest, you know.
Maybe you are selling pepper, I don't know. But you see,
no,
I don't mean it disrespectfully. I'm just that was on a light.
No. But
the truth is, let me land my point. The truth is, even if we want our people to be safe, we don't want them to die. Our job is, some of us who are enlightened, who have traveled out of the country, who have seen how things work in the real world, because I don't think Nigeria is in the real world yet. We should educate our people. Let them know that standing up for your right. You don't have to go out there to go and put yourself in harm's way, but not selling out like that NANS president and other things. If for me alone, I would say they should just forget about the protest and go for that NANS guy tomorrow. Let him be the protest.
Forget about the protest. Well, are you not the one just criticizing people? I don't know what you're talking about.
No, listen to me. Because of the sellout, we should first deal with our saboteurs. The next time we will plant something, nobody will ever be a sellout. Right now, there's a manhunt for that guy.
This is the problem we often.
No, this is the issue. You are saying
Bible, there's Judah.
It's going to go on. It's still going to go on. But I am saying, for me, just my thought alone is not what every other person is thinking. There have been meetings and meetings and meetings. I've even been in a meeting. I have to pull out.
You say, what you've just said is not my thinking, Lord Michael. What my thinking is that protest, yes, and mass numbers, yes. That is my thinking. Because I've said before, like a 1 million man sort of march is really what will send the signal. Because I agree with you that if there's enough of a mass of people, then the soldiers have to put down their weapons, especially in this day now, day and age, when everybody has a recording device on all of their things. So, and people now know, off the back of Lekki Toll Gate, the people that are protesting, they will be streaming it live to platforms. So it's not even a matter of capturing anybody's phone. They'll be streaming it live to all the platforms that they can stream it live to, and capturing as much of the event as they can. So that is where that space will be, but there has to be enough of a mass. But
I'm talking to you right now. Khan is in meeting. They are thinking if they will join or not at the last hour.
Right.
So there is a lot going on around.
Well, let me say this. There is no unity of purpose in all of these people.
Tomorrow, trying to bring his people back home, telling them he's going to have a virtual talk with his people.
Who is bringing his people back home?
Imo State is trying to do some kind of come online and calling program and talk to me. That is government distraction, but it's just here and there. I'm praying that nothing bad happens tomorrow, because if it happens,
you are praying like you don't know Buhari.
There are two things you guys need to know. To my own point of view, right? There are two things, because one, if that protest for tomorrow go peacefully, right? That means there will be a southern president. But if that goes wrong, the president will come from the north. That's it.
So sorry, because
if that goes wrong, that means the people in charge of the power, they will still be there. But if the crowd prove to the world and chase those people with the protests and the youth succeed, that means the president will come from the south.
Can I just say this?
Go on.
Let's be realistic. Everybody here is making a point, but to be honest, we should know one thing. You know, you got your eyes open, your leg is being cut off. You didn't protest. You got your eyes is still open, your hand is being chopped off. You didn't protest. You know, you got your eyes still open, your head is being chopped off. Then you want to protest. What I'm saying in the essence is that, you know, we're there when the CGA, the CGN was like Onoge, what is his name? Was yes,
Onoge, yeah,
was dismissed from office. We didn't protest. And you know, these people have formed all the strategic plan they want to finish. Now we want to protest. What are we protesting for? To be honest, me, I want to know, because it's like I'm a bit behind. Because if we protest tomorrow, you say if we protest tomorrow, we'll get a South presidency. Is that what you said? So
no. What he's saying is, if the protest is successful and is impactful, then that will send the signal that that plan is not something that can follow through.
Would that change would that change it? Would that change all these offices that just mentioned?
No, it doesn't change all those offices, but it changes the permutations, because we have to look at the trajectory. They've planned it in a certain way that, you know, they have their man in INEC, or Mahmoud Yakub, to write the results, and then they have their man as the Minister of Justice and the Chief Justice of the Federation to sign it off legally. So they've got that, and then they've got the military forces, and then they've got the military forces to back it up. So that is their strategy.
They have the senator,
of course, and then they have the senator rubber stamp. So they have their INEC man who writes them results. They have their Chief Justice of the Federation who signs it off legally, and they have the INEC to sign it off. So they have that, and then they have the forces and the army to beat down on anybody that seeks to, you know, take to the street. So that is their strategy. But what is now evolving? Hold on. Let me paint this picture, and then you come in. What is now evolving as a counterweight is these protestations that we're hearing. So we're hearing people agitating for Yoruba Nation. We're hearing people agitating for Biafra Nation. We're hearing the strength of that space now with that sit at home that we had from Nnamdi Kanu on the 31st. And we're now going to test this strength even further tomorrow by whatever success is recorded on that June 12th. So if all of these things come together, because like whoever was saying just now, no amount of guns can face the weight of that public will. So that is essentially millions of people repelling this thing. So that is where the counterbalance is for my money. Who wanted to come in? That you?
Are we sure they're going to get that that huge population of people come out for that mass protest tomorrow?
No, that is the test. I'm not
trying to disparage anything here.
Yes.
Go on, please.
You're right.
That's the test now. If they get, this is what engineer was saying, that if they get it, then that changes the dynamics, and if they don't get it, then they will just write results.
One man.
Another thing I see is this: no unity unity of purpose in all of them. We have the Shawara side that says, okay, they want everything to burn down, they want the whole revolution, and we have the Biafra that is if they are going to take part tomorrow.
No, there is unity of purpose. There's unity of purpose, but not unity of approach. The unity of purpose is to rescue the country from these people now that are intent on following through a dark agenda and foist it on the Nigerian space, that they want to rule us by force with our culture and religion. So that is what everybody is looking to repel. But the approach that we're using, you have Nnamdi Kanu with his chanting, the Nzobo thing, and then you have the Showore Ango carrying placards all over the place and being shot by canisters, and then you have Sunday Igbo doing rallies all over Yoruba land. So unity of a purpose, but not a commonality of approach.
One man.
Well, if you say that, then I agree with you then. All right.
No, unless you say it differently, of course, that's just my view.
Well, I do. I see it differently, but if like the way you explain it, it makes sense. They have
personal mind.
Sorry. I think somebody wanted to come in. Yeah. Go on,
one man. In my opinion, you see, this conversation is kind of very, very interesting, in this platform. But in my opinion, if I should be in the position to advise, I would advise all agitators of freedom, of liberty, to merge into one puzzle, into one classroom. And the Oduduwa agitators, they're seeking for we are all seeking for the same purpose, but it seems that there's too many kings but not many Indians.
No. They have they have sense of purpose. It's just because they are in different region of the country. Everybody, Yoruba cannot go and fight for Igbo land for Igbos in Igbo land, and Igbo cannot come and fight for. So, but
you see the problem.
They have the same ambition, and they have the same political, ideological pursuit that we want our own nation.
So to that end, sorry, Gaylord. To that end, Ajanle Koko, what the conversation is getting towards is the Igbos, they want their Biafra, the Yorubas, they want this, that, and the other. Showore wants anti-corruption, better government, but then we have that June 12th. So if the Igbos come out in the East, a mass at the order of their leader now, who says he has total control over them, if they come out on the 12th of December, a mass to come and demonstrate that we want Biafra, if Sunday Igbo triggers his people to come out en masse on the 12th of December, or 12th of tomorrow, essentially on the 12th of June, to come and assert their demand, and if Chore can trigger his mass to come out on that day to come and assert their demand, then you have this mass. Never mind, they have even if they have different purposes, they have one singular opposing view, and the weight of that number is what will have the impact. This is what I think.
One man.
Yes.
Have you noticed something? The silence of Nnamdi Kanu. You notice it?
Why? What do you read into that?
Good, because the federal government is waiting for him to tell these people come out, then they will come with hammer.
No, they've already surrounded the place now, so they just start killing. Yeah.
And if he keeps quiet, they might start to look at it in a different way. They're just looking to go opposite of his way. So
the guy is not keeping quiet though, because every day he releases.
But he's not speaking to June 12. Though. He's not speaking to June 12. Yeah.
Yes.
You see,
and that is smart.
Everybody now. This person say, all right, let the Yoruba come out. But let's not forget one thing. The only thing the puzzle we are forgetting is that we're fighting a common enemy. And those enemy, they're all based in one location. So if the Igbo people come out in East, they agitate, they cause unstable situation in that area, they demonstrate. What will happen? Nothing. After the agitation, they go in. If the Oduduwa do it in Lagos, after that, they'll go in. If the Castina do it, after that, but if all agitation come together, if people really want change, they should seek for change where it's due.
What do you mean by all agitation? How can they come together?
How can they not come together? Are we not one Nigeria? When you are in,
what do you mean by one Nigeria? Which Nigeria?
Do you see Manchester or Birmingham?
What do you mean by when they don't have? You see those agitators saying that
stereotype ourselves. That is the problem we are having.
Hold on.
And we never get a better country if we continue like this. Do you understand? If we want to tell you that I'm a Yoruba, somebody want to tell you I'm a Igbo, that is the problem we have, and that is why these people will keep trampling on us.
Look,
Okay.
hold on.
That was the point I was trying to make to one man.
Said,
that there's no unity. There's no unity among all these people.
Can we talk one after the other, please?
Yeah. Look, we have reached a point in that country where unity can never come back to this country. By what this man have done. This man have divided that country against each other. He has destroyed that country. He has destroyed that sense of unity. And to bring it back, it's going to be very hard. That is the absolute. That is the truth of the matter.
Enemy the way your enemy
you have to face the truth.
They unite to kill us. We have to unite.
You are just talking about unite. You don't have the power. You are saying you want to unite. How are you going to unite?
I just said it.
I'm trying to bring I'm trying to bring Ada into this conversation, but I don't even know who to show for because everybody is part of this.
Let me say my piece so I can go. You bring her back. Then later you bring her again.
Okay, yeah, go on. Yeah.
Now I want to correct some impression somebody has that all our enemies are in one place. No, all our enemies are not in one place.
They all gather in Abuja.
Can I finish? No, they are not all in Abuja. Our enemies are in our government houses. Our enemies are our commissioners.
Thank you.
That is obvious language. He has making obvious language.
At the president.
Thank you.
Our enemies are our senators. They are everywhere.
Where do they gather?
Those people who are in Lagos, they are part of our enemies.
Thank you.
Those who are pointing out the IPOB members, they are our enemies. They are our brothers. They are our cousins. We need to fight the enemy within before we can even talk of going outside. So we have a lot of enemies. We just have to be strong and be focused. With that, I think maybe we can start heading somewhere positive. Apart from that, we will keep rigmaroling and they'll be killing us.
To kill a snake, you must kill it from the head.
This is what I'm saying. Yeah, but let me shuffle you to bring Ada in. But before I bring Ada in, let me acknowledge Alexander again. So Alexander is putting this into the mix. It says, do not rule out Babatunde Fashola. He is extremely close to Buhari. His favorite hitherto super minister with an impressive track record. So we were talking about the permutations of who and whom comes into play for the APC in 2023. So if they are going with the southern roof and they are going to Yoruba land and they have made up their mind not to give it to Tinubu, then there are speculations on a Babatunde Fashola presidency. So that comes into the mix as we bring, so thank you for that, Alexander, as we bring Ada into the conversation. Ada, good to see you.
Hi, woman. Good evening. Hi, everyone.
What are you making of the narrative?
Which one is it about?
No, whichever interested you to come in. So you pick it up from whichever spot you want to.
Well, I think I'm going to start with the June 12th, the protest for later today. First of all, I tend to believe that protest is all over the place. It might have a good intention, but what I understand from the time they've been putting it forward is that the aim is for Buhari to go, because it keeps saying the hashtag they're promoting with it is Buhari must go hashtag. Buhari is not going anywhere. we need to establish that. Even if he's going to go, with that and one day protest, it's not going to make him go. That is one thing I know, and that's where I stand. So
Ada, let me just bring you the actual what they want. So this is their 14-pointer thing. It's quite short, so I'll just give it to you. So okay. It says, according to the posters, 14 critical demands, which are abolish 1999 Constitution, end terrorism, end banditry, Issa Pantami must go, free all detained activists, end insecurity, justice for all NSAS victims, free Kogi too. So apparently there are two anti-Muhammadu Buhari protesters, Larry Emmanuel and Victor Udoka, who have been detained in Kogi State. So that is part of that protestation that is going to take place tomorrow. Buhari must go, which is the the headline one that you are referencing. Revert electricity tariffs, end ASUP, that is Academic Staff Union of Polytechnic strike, revert fuel price, revert party deregistration, and free Nicholas Mba. So those are the 14 things that they're protesting for tomorrow. But what I'm also saying is that this protest tomorrow is essentially a referendum on Buhari's, not Buhari, but Showore's relevance on the political landscape as well. If this protest fails tomorrow, then that is the end of Showore's relevance within the political space. So to that and everything else, Ada.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I see this as his last throw of the dice of Showore's last throw of the dice in terms of relevancy. But Ada, yeah.
Well, in terms of its relevancy, yeah, I stand with you. I stand with you on that. But like a few people have also mentioned tonight, there seem to be so much going on within that space of the protest. So many different quarters demanding for different things. You know, so somebody has mentioned here that they seem to be disjointed, and that is what I think. But a few of the points that they are demanding are justifiable and realistic more than the others, like asking for the release of Kogitu. That is something that could be effected immediately if the government wants to do so. Asking for Buhari to go doesn't make sense. He will not go. Asking for electricity or something like that. It's not something.
The fuel and electricity, the hike in prices to be reversed. That will not happen, especially in this economic climate. But like you said, yeah, minor victories. They'll throw them a bone. Maybe they'll release 2 or 3 people, and then they can go and
So anyway, for me, as a Biafran and someone who supports the Biafra agitation, I don't think Biafrans should take part in this protest, and I have no apology for it.
Oh no, why not? Not the apology, but the reason.
Allow me to learn, because it doesn't do anything to push forward our cause or what we are demanding for. And when they will start killing, they're going to start killing from the east. You know, so at the end of the day, people from the southeast are going to pay the ultimate price for nothing at all.
But you don't think Biafrans coming out will add weight to the occasion so that it will overwhelm the system just in terms of the mass of numbers or the mass of people protesting? You don't think it will add weight to it?
I don't think that in the nearest future that they're going to have any protest that will be bigger than the EndSARS. Because what has happened with this one, the government have had time to organize themselves and put a counter stuff in motion. You know, earlier you people were talking about the Nance guy and the 40 million that he was supposed to have received today. I mean, yesterday, because it's a new day for me now. You know, so that's one. And a few states like Kogi State has said, if we see you outside, whatever you see, you take it. Later today,
I think Imo State said that as well.
But somebody has rightly said that you can hear that Nnamdi Kanu has been quiet. I don't think that people from the southeast are really gearing up for this June 12th election. Protest. But we'll wait and see what happens. So,
to what Lord Michael was saying, that no, not Lord Michael, but J. Lord was saying that what really kills all of these desires and wants is the lack of synergy in activities. So the Easterners, the Southeast feel that they have done their own and made their point on the 31st of May. And then this now set of people Showore now playing his hand tomorrow or down today, as you said, and then Sunday Igbo doing his own thing as just some satellite voice in the corner. So there's no synergy, and this is really what peters it out. It doesn't. They are all individually strong on a small scale, but collectively it can be a mass, you know.
Because things have got to that stage where different people are demanding for different stuff. Biafran agitations are asking for a referendum and that is not what this protest is asking for. Oduduwa agitators are asking for referendum, and that is not also what this protest is asking for.
Yeah, but Ada, what is being said is that day you can use it to protest for whatever your protestation is. So that day,
then that speaks to what I said, that it's all over the place. You cannot come out. The synergy we're talking about won't be there. You can reference cannot come out tomorrow or later today saying, "Oh, give us a referendum," and people with Sowera saying, "Oh, keep one Nigeria, but do this, do that," and people from Igbo are saying, "Give us they have not." Well, I think they're asking for a referendum as well. Give us referendum. So that's different voices speaking to different
things. That was what I said to one man. I said there is no unity of purpose in all of this.
Exactly. That has already watered it down, But
okay, but you don't the impact of, because if you these things they come in different sections of the country. So essentially, the thing that you hear from the East is we want referendum, we want Biafra. And the thing that you hear from Yoruba land is we want Yoruba land, etc. And then the Showore movement will speak to that their 14-point agenda, but that mass of noise will converge in one day. Do you not think that gives it more potency than everybody doing their own thing? Even though you are having this mass rally, you are having your individual mandates within that super event.
Well, the only potency it will give it is that that many people came out, that there was a large turnout of people. That's the only potency it will give.
Yeah, but no, you are watering it down. Would that not show the mass of disgruntlement within the country, irrespective of what they're disgruntled about?
This disgruntlement is already there. We don't need the protest to settle that. Everybody.
You don't need that for emphasis. You don't think okay, so go on, J Lord. Sorry, finish Ada. J Lord. Yeah.
I just want to ask Ada a question. Ada,
yes, please.
Don't you think we have to have a Nigerian that will give you that referendum you need? First, we need to have a Nigeria. Yeah, then you can take a referendum. But now we don't even have the Nigerian. That's why I'm saying it would be good if everybody come together, all agitation come in one box. Then we'll get the Nigerian that we need. Then you can start having your referendum. I can have my referendum. Yeah, everybody can have what they want in the same constitution that we are fighting to get now.
I do understand that, and then that would have been in an ideal situation. That would have been so beautiful, but we've gone past that stage now. For example, Biafran agitation.
How do you see this thing playing out then? Because if you are saying, "Oh, we want to go it alone," and everybody should look after their own interest, how do you see these things? How do you see it evolving? Because you've had your moment in the sun on the 31st of May. But then, of course, like I said, a broken clock is right twice in a day. So I don't think the celebration of the 31st of May should be confused as a total victory, because it seems as though too much of a patting on the back, self-loving, too much self-loving, going on in the East.
If you let me talk a bit without so much interjection, I think that will help us.
Okay, carry on.
So you are the one that is calling the May 31st a victory. People in the Biafran agitation are not looking at it that way.
No, there's some gloating coming out of the East.
There's no gloating coming out.
There's gloating coming out of the East.
What happened on May 31st was for us to stay at home and respect the people that were lost in the war. It wasn't a referendum, which obviously and then it wasn't
it was a political move.
It wasn't a demonstration either. Anyway.
Yeah, it was a political move. It was a political move. Yeah.
Having said that, what I would say is that Biafran agitators should not take part in the protest. That's what I'm saying, because it doesn't do anything to advance our cause. But another thing that I would like to speak to is about the 2023 election. And that's I want to just sort of focus it on the the zoning, and Igbo presidency, and then if it's okay by you, well, I think you discussed something like that tonight.
No, carry on. Yeah, no, carry on. We value your opinion. Yeah.
And a few days ago. So for me, to start with, I want to establish one thing first before I go ahead, is that elections in Nigeria is a farce, positions are already predetermined beforehand. And then, so based on that, it's a bit hard for an Igbo person to be able to, be given presidency for obvious reasons that I don't think there's any need for me to start.
Okay, you've done the disclaimer now to the politics. So what are your thoughts? Yeah.
So my thoughts are that I find it very ridiculous that all of a sudden everybody is crying from every quarters that it's not turn by turn Nigeria Limited, and that zoning is no longer viable all of a sudden. But when it was okay for you guys to give us Obasanjo, it was turn by turn. And when they gave us Buhari, it was also turn by turn.
What led to Obasanjo?
What led to Obasanjo?
What price was paid for the Obasanjo presidency?
Obasanjo was given because of what's his MKO and all that, So
you are so they won it outright. They won it outright, and they had to give it back. They won it outright. The Yorubas won it outright. It was stolen, and they had to give it back.
Obasanjo wasn't MKO, so that's it.
No, it's a Yoruba man. It's a Yoruba man. So you've answered that question. So now apply that.
I don't like arguments. Honestly, it gives me a
no. But I'm not going to let you paint a picture
If you let, I don't mind you letting me talk. Then you ask me questions.
Oh, okay, carry on.
I'm not able to argue. That's one thing with me. Just can't.
Right.
It's not something I'm able to do. If you let me talk,
you know me now. So, but carry on. Yeah.
If you let me talk, at least talk a bit, even if it's for 1 minute, 2 minutes, then ask me a question. That will work better,
Carry on.
Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that people seem not to know that there are many Igbo prominent politicians, because I hear some people say, they just mention Rochas and maybe Peter Obi, and then they go like, who will vote for an Igbo man? Who will vote for Rochas? As if Rochas is all that Igbo have to offer. The problem is that we have prominent politicians in Igbo land of Igbo extraction. And then, for me, it doesn't really matter what their past may have been, because no politician in Nigeria is a saint. And the same people who voted for Buhari, the same people who would want to vote for Tinubu, should also be able to vote for an Igbo man. We have people people like Enyi Naya Baribe, Kingsley Moralo, Morrissey, Professor Morrissey, Chris Ngige, who else now?
But all of them, they are too Igbo. They are too Igbo. They are too. All of those things, they are too Igbo. Huh?
Kema Chikwe, Obieze Kwesile, Chimaroke Kamani.
Yeah. Out of all of those names, apart from Madam Obi and Kingsley, who are unlikely to win any presidency, the rest of them are too Igbo.
That's the thing. So the problem is that Igbo people do not have politicians, but the problem is that Nigerians are just like you said, they are too Igbo. What does that even mean? Does that even mean anything? They are too
insular. They are too insular in their.
Why can they not be Igbo? They are Igbo. So what? How does that even sound to you that they are too Igbo?
They are too insular in their manner.
Can I comment? Let me comment. So you see, when you talk about Southwest, let me speak about Southwest, and you see, some Southwest, they will vote for an Igbo man. Some will vote for an Igbo person. But then you see the problem with the issue of Igbo presidency is not, it doesn't really lie with the Southwest. It lies with the North. They go by this, their population thing, that they have the population, they have the largest. You see, the thing is this. What I see playing out is this. If all this thing we've said so far doesn't work, all these things we talk about, Igbo, Rufai, margin with somebody, if any of that doesn't work, I see this thing playing out that in the Southwest, like if this whole revolution thing or protest goes on and it really leads to some kind of voters' apathy or indifference during the election. Now, what happened in 2019 might also happen again in the sense that the North, because the last election, the Northern people came out in large numbers, they voted compared to the numbers they had in the South. And the South, there was this voters' indifference, this apathy was more in the South. And then if that happens, they will still declare presidency. They will declare whoever wins, be the Northerner, which I think is going to be, they will declare him as a president, and all of us will accept it. Except that is God. That is where the whole.
What do you mean all of us? We won't accept it, but we won't be able to do anything about it. Yeah.
Because the thing is this: the way this whole thing is, they're trying to cause some kind of indifference among the Southerners, so that during the election they won't come out and vote. But they will tell you that since the Northerners vote and they were able to get some few pockets of people within the South voting, they will declare the result. You get it? So that's what I think might happen. Might likely happen.
You know that there's permutations. There's meant to be a specific number of votes from, there's a permutation today. So you can't just have enough heavy weight. I think 2/3 of the national votes or something. There's some permutation there's thresholds that has to be met. That makes every section of the country relevant to whoever becomes the president. So you can't just say all the North will vote and then they will declare themselves president.
So are you saying that let's just assume this way, that let's say they had like 40% of votes 40% of the turnout of the total registered voters in the South. Let's say 40% voted. Let's just assume. And now let's say they had 80% from the North. Are you saying they're not going to declare the result?
No, they can't. I can't off the top of my head give you the statistics, but there has to be a ratio of voting from all sections of the country for that presidency, for that election to be validated. So there has to be some validating threshold that has to be met.
They'll come for a new election? Is that what you're saying? They'll come for a new election?
Well, they can void it. Well, they might well do. We've not yet reached that point yet, but what they might well do then is just to hand it to the Senate president, who will be the third in line.
So who is he then? He's not a Northerner?
No, hold on. They won't hand it to him in perpetuity. They will hand it to him to be run an election. Yeah, but Buhari will leave.
We all are here making noise too much. I have a question for everyone, right?
Go on.
Who do you think among the North, the South, the East, the West, as a leader today that can go to the North and do a rally free, go to the South and do rally free, and go to the Middle Belt and do rally free? Who do you think is going to do it? I just need one name.
Well, Atiku can do it.
But his tenure is gone.
What do you mean his time has gone?
His time has gone.
You mean he's not relevant politically anymore?
At all.
Atiku?
Yes.
This question you ask. Let me tell you. Nobody. Let me answer your question. Nobody in Nigeria. Nobody in Nigeria can do what you just asked.
There is no Atiku can do it. No, Atiku has appeal in the north and in Yoruba land, and I don't think they hate him as much in the east as well.
And you mean you do it and win? And won the election.
In a fair election, Atiku will win.
Okay, fair election.
Atiku will win in a fair election.
No, let me tell you, this is why I keep saying it's like we're making a mistake here.
Yeah, it's from engineer.
If today Obaseki come out, he can go through everything. Do you believe that?
No, I don't.
Why?
Because he's a small figure, he's a satellite figure.
This is what the Fulani will do, regardless of what Buhari said yesterday, right? This is a wake-up call. He knew he messed up, and what can we do so the Igbos, some of the Igbos will like us? They will look at it. Obaseki is there, isn't he?
That game is over.
Obaseki is there.
Can I continue?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, let other have the floor. You know, she likes your free.
I don't think Buhari is interested in doing anything that will make the Igbos like him. It's, what you see with him is what you get. He's already made his stand. You know, he doesn't like the Igbo people. He doesn't like them. So
how do you know that? You can't say that.
Yeah, I know that from the things he say and from his body language. It's not hidden.
What did he say that led you to think that he doesn't like? What did he say that made? What did he say?
Even his last statement, you know, from the interview he had with Arise, and he says that the Igbos are like a dot in a circle. And he even though he said IPOB, but he was generalizing and referring to the Igbo. That they are like a dot.
Hold on.
IPOB. Simple.
Yeah. But I make that point because I don't think I agree with you, but make that point. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to say that to
no, because what he was referencing was that the Igbos are all over the country. So he said they have businesses and they have properties all over the country. So if they're looking to
this is not rocket science. If Buhari is interested in getting the Igbo people on his side, or even to speak to them, there are strategies he can adopt, not the strategy of go and shoot on sight. Or the strategy, he still said it yesterday or 2 days ago.
But is that not his language as a military man?
He still said it that he still
is
said
that not his language as a military man?
No, that's the wrong language.
No, that's. Did he not tell them to go and shoot them in the northeast too? No,
he is not the military head of state anymore. So
yeah,
there are
you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Well, so that's the thing. So that's his language. That's his language. So we already know that he's not
going to.
But
you cannot say that he detests the Igbos. Is what I'm saying to you.
He's not going to make any effort because he hasn't made any.
But he's already. No, what do you mean he hasn't made any? What about the second Niger bridge that is building for you?
Is that a favor he's doing us by building a second Niger bridge? Is that not the responsibility?
No, you are saying he's not doing anything. Do you know how long you have needed that bridge? Do you know how long you have needed that bridge?
Building relationship. I'm not talking about building infrastructure. And to start with, if he builds a second Niger bridge, he's not done us a favor. So
who is the secretary? No, who is the secretary of state?
What of the second Niger bridge is giving us?
Who is the secretary? Who is the secretary of state of this administration?
How do you mean?
The secretary of state. Yes, the foreign affairs minister. Yes, who is he? The secretary of state.
Whoever it is.
Is he not an Igbo man?
What does it have to do with anything? It's not a favor.
So what are you saying? You have one of the leading. You hold one of the leading. You hold one of the leading key important positions in this administration. The guy is building infrastructures in your yard, and you're saying he doesn't like it. What more does he need to do?
I'm talking about, okay, look at there's an agitation for Biafra, which is predominantly in the Igbo land. I'm talking about relationship building. I'm not talking about infrastructure. That's a story for another day. And that's not where I'm going. There are so many strategies they could have adopted to speak to the people, to speak to the youth, even to speak to the to IPOB, which is like the main group that is in the front line of doing this thing. Or the same way that he's not been able to go.
Are you asking them to acknowledge IPOB, to negotiate with IPOB?
Well, yeah, if they do, what is wrong with that? But they can't do that now because they've already proscribed them. So that's all. I do understand that. So
but IPOB does not present itself to be negotiated with, especially the leadership who doesn't have the language
they not present themselves. IPOB, the Nigerian government prescribed them, and IPOB have put in an appeal. So what else do you think that they should be able to do?
No, they should make themselves accessible to negotiation, and they don't make themselves accessible.
Have you tried to access them and you couldn't?
No, they've not made themselves accessible. We hear them. Who are they going to access? Is it their leadership that doesn't know how to speak? The leadership.
How do you mean he doesn't? Do you speak for him? Are you his mouth?
Come on, I mean, even you.
Let's not go this route.
How do you mean he doesn't know how to speak. When it comes to diplomatic matters, and then he sure knows how to handle that. But you know, I don't like going into the and IPOB argument with you. It's not why I'm here. It's not something I like to go into. You know,
all right, but it's just that sweeping statement that Buhari doesn't like the Igbos and he's out to get them whatnot. So I had to challenge that because he's putting infrastructures in Igbo land. He's giving Igbo people senior positions in his administration. So I'm not quite sure.
You are talking about a different thing altogether. That is not where I'm talking. I'm talking about relationship building. And you're talking about capacity building.
You mean you should go and take an Igbo wife? Should you go and take an Igbo wife?
They are two. I've told you what he can do.
Do you want to? Are you toasting Buhari on the platform? Are you toasting him?
I've already told you a few things he can do. I've already said something. So we're gonna move on.
Okay, I'm only pulling your legs.
You're happy. I'll go do.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, sorry guys. I told you guys I don't know how to argue.
I can see we can see that you don't know how to argue. But you make your point. You made your point.
No, she made Ada knows me very well. She even sometimes maybe if we can persuade her again, maybe she'll come and co-anchor for me again. I don't know if you saw the session when Ada took over the show and did an excellent job. So Ada is a member of the family. So carry on, Ada. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so just what I think all the point I've been trying to make is that the Nigerian space does not give the Igbo man a fair playing ground. I know that some people may want to argue that, but that's what I believe. Because
I don't think you believe that though.
The other day, someone was saying that the Igbos can't be bullying everyone by saying it's their turn. I mean, when the Igbos haven't proved themselves, and how can anyone?
Have they?
Yeah, of course. I don't understand how anyone can say that Igbos are not playing the Nigerian politics, or that they need to put them.
Can I come in?
Yeah, come in. Yeah.
And the person made a reference to say that Tinubu went to the north to share bags of rice. I mean, him sharing bags of rice with the pictures on them. What does that? Is that the standard you want to use to measure?
No, that's Nigerian politics. That's how politics is played in Nigeria. He went to the
north to share the rice. Did he come to the east to share?
No, because he already has the east in the bag. The east will always vote for Tinubu now.
No, he did not. He did not come to the east to share. And people
because he already the east.
No, he's scared.
But what I want is that people should stop the Senate.
I think it's from an engineer. Carry on, yeah.
Yeah, what I hate or what I don't like is that people pushing that narrative that Igbos, as if the Igbos are the problem of Nigeria, when they already know what the problem of Nigeria is. You know, people say that Igbos are not united. Yeah, right. You might want to deceive yourself all you like, that Igbos are not. Yes.
Can I quickly say something? Can I quickly say something?
Go on, then I'll take this super chat from Alexander. But carry on, yeah, you go, yeah.
So you see, this whole thing about Igbo and the Northerners. You see, it has a long history. I don't know if you watch one of this clip going on online about Sadwana, when he was talking about the Igbos. Wasn't talking about Yorubas. He was talking about the Igbos, that whenever you give them just little space, they want to dominate. That really kind of tells you the reason why the Igbos are having it tough in Nigeria today. I think the Yorubas, they also were used as an instrument by the Northerners to also achieve this marginalization of the Igbos in Nigeria. So if you look at that history very well, you might understand why the whole thing is the way it's messed up in Nigeria today. And to change that narrative is going to be very, very difficult. It's going to be very, very difficult. But then, like I keep saying, the only way I see it is if they can design a new constitution that will address the issue of regionalism, like they were before, or everybody go their separate way. Without that, if they still want to continue with the same something, it's going to be very, very difficult for an Igbo man, because listen, an average Northerner views an Igbo with suspicion that they have agenda, just as they did. Just like a thief when no thief. I'm not saying anybody's a thief, don't get me wrong. I'm just giving an example. Thief when no thief. Somebody will say you are a thief, but you know that, how do you know I'm a thief if you're not a thief yourself? So there's this rivalry between the Igbos and the Northerners, which has its root back then. And you know, Igbos by nature, they are Republicans by nature. That is why I must say, among even you, the Igbos, there is disunity among you people. The reason because an Igbo man views that, no, his view is that, well, it is me, you cannot control me. You know, I've even had.
Tell me, which parts of Nigeria where the.
Sorry, I want to bring this new voice in. Sorry, engineer, mute yourself. We have an echo on you today, engineer. I don't know why. But what radical mind has just, or rational mind has just said in his diplomatic way is exactly what I've just said in my rather crass way. It's absolutely impossible for an Igbo person to be president. Is essentially what rational mind has just said.
You should be able to say the reason why and the good reason, not just to
that's what rational mind has just elucidated.
It's as if the Igbos are incompetent and they would be able to.
No, they are competent. My candidate is in
that space.
It just
my candidate is
very monopoly in nature.
Sorry, J Lord, I want to hear from this new guy, but I want to acknowledge Alexander's super chat as well. But just to what Ada was saying, it's essentially what rational mind has just narrated to us. He's saying the Igbos they're Republican, but try apply that to what I said. Is that the Igbos, they don't essentially have a champion, because he is saying they are individualistic, but I'm saying that they don't play politics in the way that politics is played within the Nigerian space. He's saying that there's a historical distrust of the Igbos in the North for whatever reason, and I'm saying that the North, they hate the Igbos. So he is just saying the same things in different words, and he's saying that some in the Southwest might well vote for the Igbos, but I'm saying essentially the Yorubas might not necessarily vote for the Igbos because they don't distrust them as much as the Northerners, but they have an arm's length relationship with them. So all of that in the mix, essentially an Igbo can never be the Nigerian president. But if an Igbo was to be the Nigerian president, this is what Alexander thinks by way of his super chart. The only politician in the Southeast who can win the only politician in the Southeast who can win the election in 2023 is Rochas Okorocha. He is detribalized, albeit controversial. Even his Igbo folks call him Hausa, no one else in my opinion. So essentially, Alexander is nominating Rochas Okorocha, who I agree, I'm not sure detribalized because it's a mixed blend of Hausa and Igbo. He's more of a Hausa man essentially than an Igbo man, and he does have name recognition within the Nigerian space. So he's an entity, but then of course, is that sufficient enough to propel him to the Aso Roka seat? So that question to Confidence, Chizo, by way of introduction. So Confidence, we see you. Confidence, you're up.
Hello. Can you briefly repeat the question?
Well, it wasn't really a question. It was more really, I'll read you what Alexander is saying again with his super chat. We're speculating on the possibility of an Igbo president, and I am saying that this is something that would never happen. And that was pulling me up that it was an inelegant thing to say. And rational mind was trying to blend it in a more diplomatic language. But Alexander now with his super chart is coming up with a champion. He's saying the only politician in the Southeast who can win the election in 2023 is Rochas Okorocha. He is a detribalized, albeit controversial politician. Even his Igbo folks call him Hausa man, no one else in my opinion. So we're just speaking to that space, the possibility or not of an Igbo president, just really, that is where the conversation has led to.
All right, All right. First off, I wanted to thank you for letting me on the panel. I've seen this channel recently, and I think it's interesting. You know, I'm part of a self-determination group that's it's very old. It's the Marcus Garvey UNI ACL, where we're a Pan-Africanist, and we say we want to reorganize Africa.
Do you have roots in Nigeria?
Yeah, we have some groups.
You
myself?
personally. Yeah, do you have roots?
I'm a Biafran, but I was raised in the USA.
Okay. So what generation American are you?
First, my parents were born in Mbise.
Okay, all right, good. So I just wanted to establish that because I was thinking maybe you were some, you know, a lot of people are doing all these DNA tests now. And so I thought you were like one of those DNA, but carry on.
Okay. But basically, in terms of the Igbo presidency, you know, I don't agree with it because the concept of an Igbo presidency, you know, we have basically 5 states and then Igbo scattered throughout different states. We were balkanized. We used to have an old Eastern region, and, you know, certain tribes or clans of the Igbo had their own kings and presidents. It was structured better to have a better consensus. But now, nowadays, we have governors that work for, you know, the central government, and they're disconnected, or they actually rule over the traditional leaders, and it's very hard to have an accountable Igbo leader. But in terms of the larger Nigeria politics, you know, yesterday you heard the president say that he's the Fulani coming in from Mauritania and Central African Republic, and he had to negotiate with Chad and Benin Republic. So the politics of Nigeria is international. As far as there's Hausa in Chad, there's a Borno in Chad. You know, there's a Dahomey Empire in the Benin Kingdom or Benin Republic. So these people are related to Yoruba and Edo and the old Benin Empire. So basically, with the politics in Nigeria, you have to go through a lot of different tribes. It's not just Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. And you see the traditional rulers traveling around, the politicians traveling around, getting titles, working with each other. But Igbo just, you know, I think they focus too much on Fulani and.
So what is your point? Sorry. Yeah. So what is your politics with regards to the space? What solutions do you see
in terms of
the Nigerian space?
In terms of Nigeria, you know, we're in a discussion of, you know, independence in context of Pan-Africanism, which is we have to contact different countries. We work with different kingdoms to discuss restructuring and having Biafra within a larger body of nations in Africa working together. So sort of like a non-Ezekiel.
So essentially your politics is like Biafran nationhood.
Yes, like restructuring in the context of Black Africa.
Okay. But with a particular leaning towards Biafra. So I'm trying to essentially establish if you're part of that Biafra movement or not.
Yes, actually the flag of Biafra comes from our organization, which was founded by Marcus Garvey of Jamaica. I don't know if anyone heard of them.
No, we know Marcus Garvey, but we're wondering why Marcus Garvey would be the progenitor of the Biafran flag. I mean, what is how does that synergize?
Okay, Marcus Garvey, he was born out of Jamaica, you know, 100 years ago, where a lot of them were still connected to their African roots and the language. And so they've created a flag for the red for blood, black for people, green for the land of Africa. And they wanted to unite all the kingdoms of Africa under the organization. And empower Black people in the Americas and in Europe and Africa to come together. So that's why you see it's not only the Biafra flag, but you see, PDP has the red and green. Kenya has the black and green.
All right. So
it's a Pan-African flag.
Because we're all trying to understand what your politics is, but what I'm reading is you're a Pan-Africanist with trying to bring the diaspora Black into the African fold, and then to have one mass Black presence, sort of, or in your own words, actually, just in about a minute or two, just give us just a quick condensed version of your vision or your politics. So just tell us exactly what you think we need to know.
All right. Okay. We basically we stand for the unity of Africans, just like there's an Arab League. We said we should have our own African League and come together as one people to discuss restructuring. We still have our king, we still have our community leaders, our village leaders. So we bring them together to discuss restructuring into a commonwealth, work with the African Union, the United Nations, different organizations. But right now we have a plan to unite people using sports. So we have a branch in Uyo. We're trying to start a branch in Mbise, one in Niger States. So at this point, we're raising funds and trying to bring Pan-Africans together to bring peace and a restructure based on our roots.
Okay. Do you have a website or a social media presence or anywhere that we can go to just familiarize ourselves a bit more with this interesting thing that you're talking about?
Yes, we have. The thing is, this organization is split into several. It has several formations and several websites. I have a website. It's called cbpm.org /Egbe Abantu. Means basically indigenous empire. It's cbpm.org /Egbe Abantu, ABANTU. So you can see some of our pictures and leaders.
All right. I mean, that sounds quite interesting. I'm not quite sure if I've fully understood it, but it certainly sounds interesting. I'm sure the more intelligent people in here are fully on board with what you've just said. But then, of course, I'm just the dunce trying to moderate things. But good to meet you. Rational mind, what are you making of what our confidence is actually saying? What is, just to speak to that space, rational mind?
Yeah, I understand there's a lot of different groups here in America and across even in Canada and other parts of the world who are trying to, like he said. But the thing is this, I think they're coming from an entirely different leaning.
Yes. Yeah.
Because there's discussion here, I think for the most part here, it's about how can we get Nigeria working? Everybody wants Nigeria. I mean, going to that, achieving its full potential. It's the most populous Black race in the whole of the world, And then we have people that are very, very industrious and intelligent, who makes things happen. In fact, across the world, here in America, Canada, anywhere, you see Nigerians doing better for themselves and also making names, So how can this translate to the development of Nigeria? That's what I think this forum is all about. If that's what our friend here is about, well, we appreciate that. But what I'm just saying is this forum is basically Nigeria oriented, Nigeria focused. So that's I think that's what it is.
All right. Thank you, Confidence. It was good to meet you, if nothing else anyway. And of course, you've given out your social media platforms. So people are welcome to go and visit there and get to learn more about our Confidence and its group are doing. So did you want to add anything else before we say goodbye?
I just wanted to say Buhari is from Senegambia, so I think you're trying to merge two different countries.
Buhari is what? Repeat that.
He's from Senegambia. Fulani are from Senegambia. They came into Nigeria, do a jihad. So I don't know how you're gonna make that work. There's no borders in North Nigeria. People haven't noticed it.
No, we know that. That is one of the problems that we're contending with. So we don't even really know what size of population we have, because the population size just seems like a randomly plucked out of the air figure. And like you said, there are no borders in the north. And even more still, they're now building train stations that cross into foreign countries without, like you said, any borders. So really, what is Nigeria? What is the geographical space even? It's a question that is in contention. But I thank you, Confidence. Let me shuffle you just to, we're seeking to round off. So it was good to meet you, and please come again. So let me shuffle you to bring in another voice. So thank you. So that's that. No borders in Nigeria. Everybody around the world knows that. So Ada, you had the floor. So I start to, we lost Bia. I thought Bia wanted to come in. Okay, let me bring in Ajan Lekoko then. So Ada, you had the floor as we seek to round off. So Ada, just carry on.
Okay, thank you. Just in rounding off, I have a few words. Well, I'd like you, one man, and I think it's rational mind. Noted that it would be hard for an Igbo person to become the president of Nigeria, obviously, for obvious reasons. And I support that by saying that the ghost of civil war is still lurking in the background. It's not been spoken about. No apologies have been made. No responsibilities have been taken. And I think, just speaking to what I said earlier, that if this present government actually wants to build relationship with people from the Southeast, there are so many things they can do to make it work.
And I said is building bridges literally by building a bridge.
Building that bridge it's so ridiculous, you pulling that up all the time, as if they are doing us a favor by building an infrastructure in a location that is still considered in Nigeria. So I don't even want to go into that argument, one man. They are building a bridge, they're not doing us any favor. So, but the big players of the Nigerian
did not build it though.
It doesn't matter who is doing it. At the end of the day,
Jonathan did not build it.
Yeah, whoever is doing it is president of Nigeria.
Buhari is building it. And
why are you listening to one man? One man, you know who one man is. Why are you listening to him?
This is Adana. She makes it so easy for me. But Ada, carry on.
Well, the big players of the Nigerian polity are mostly people who witnessed and fought in the Nigerian Civil War. So they still actually blame the Igbo man for wanting to break up Nigeria, and then for them to keep Nigeria one, the Igbo man must not attain certain positions. That is exactly what is happening. So it's actually a pure case.
Do you think the Igbos are responsible enough to govern the Nigerian space?
You can answer that yourself. You are supporting more.
Of course. And I support Madam Obi too. Yeah.
So it's a pure case of giving a dog a bad name in order to kill it, which comes to play often whenever it comes to do with the Igbos. If anyone claims that they don't know why the Igbo people seem to be laid back, when it comes to national politics, then that person have not really been paying attention. The person has been economical with the truth. An Igbo man will never be good enough, in Nigerian
Sorry to cut you.
Nigerian political space. Yes.
Sorry to cut you. Do you know if you come to the north, the people who run the pharmacies there, they are all Igbos. Igbos run the pharmacies in the north.
Yeah, of course. Igbo people run pharmacy business. Have you even forgotten that one of the elites from the north was saying that they are going to close down pharmacists of Igbo
just to add on to what engineer was saying, and what you said earlier, when you were saying Buhari was saying Igbos are dot. That was essentially what he was saying. What engineer is saying that look, every local government you go to in Nigeria, you have an Igbo man thriving and confident within that space, commanding commerce, commanding enterprise, commanding property, and living freely at will. So this is the so that is what he was saying really from his dot.
That will show you that no one is more Nigerian than the Igbo man. But the Nigerian space has not been fed to the Igbo person. It's Igbos that leave their villages to move out to every corner of Nigeria to help develop all those areas. How many Northerners come to live in the East and build houses and build businesses?
So sorry, when you go out for your evening stroll in Owerri Central and you are feeling a bit hungry, do you go to the Igbo suya man or the Hausa suya man? Which corner of this country do you not have a suya man? Wait, have you ever been to a place there is no suya man? Who is the suya man?
Suya man employing? How many people is that Hausa suya man?
He's employing himself and his assistant.
Oh yeah, right. One man, please just keep your diggings to yourself this night. I'm not in the mood for that.
The truth of the matter. The truth of the matter is that Nigeria is completely in control of Fulani. So this issue of Igbo can never be president. Fulani doesn't want power to go to nowhere, doesn't want anybody, whether Igbo or Yoruba, they don't want power to shift anywhere.
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Who did Goodluck Jonathan contest against in 2011?
Buhari.
There you go.
Yeah, let me give you analysis of the history of leadership, Nigerian leadership.
Because we want to round off. So
yeah, look,
don't take
Igbo would have been, if Second Republic was not toppled or terminated by Buhari government and by Buhari and the Diagbon, maybe Ekweme would have been president after Shagari. So, but after that, Buhari was president, Babangida after him, Abacha after him. If not for death that killed Abacha, Abacha would have transformed himself to president. To civilian president.
Right.
But
where are you going to? Where are you going to?
Doesn't want the power to shift. That is why when Babangida won, they annulled the result of the election. So I don't want people to think, oh, it's only them. They don't want to be president. They don't want only Igbo people.
No, I don't think that's that. But let that round off so that we can just finish off. Because I think if we open that window that you want to open, we'll be here for another 2 hours because that is a whole topic in itself. But Adaya, back to you.
Yeah, I'm going to round off in one sentence, which is quoting what Onyeka Onwenu said. If you don't want us, let us go.
But the thing is, we do want you. You see, this is the thing. I want you. Engineer wants you. Malam Buhari wants you. Everybody wants you. This is the thing. It is you that don't want us.
Us.
Not you personally, Ada, but the Igbos, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
So no, everybody loves the Igbos. But one last question, Ada, when are you going to come and host the session again? You are playing at
let's chat on Instagram and we can set that up.
All right, thank you, Ada. Always a pleasure. Everybody loves hearing from Ada. All right, engineer, your words. Ada says you don't want to let her go. So reassure her.
Yeah, of course. I don't want her to go because, to be honest, this is what I've said. Is you see, we have Ada and we have Bia, which they're all from the southern area. I give them credit because if you look at it, they are the only females that comes out. So I was like wondering. I'm just wondering if this can carry on up to the stage, then that means we'll be looking for Igbo female president in the years to come. So back to reality. There are two things I will say here, and I'll keep saying it. Tomorrow, let's say obviously today, is the D-Day for Nigeria to decide who is going to be the next president. If the protests go in peace, I can see the president is coming from the south. But if the protests go in pieces, I'm sorry, they're still gonna put all in the washing machine and keep rotating us. That's it. That's all I can say. And I wish every Nigerians all the best, and we just have to be vigilant.
All right, thank you, engineer. And so, is it Raphael that there was a lot of echo back? I did try to put him, so we will want to hear from him again because, like I said, I want to introduce that crypto section. So we find a way to do that. So thank you, engineer. Always a pleasure. All right, J Lord, let's hear from you.
There's not much to say again, but I think tomorrow I wish us the best of luck, and I hope they didn't come out to blame Tinubu for all the whole demonstration in Lagos tomorrow as an excuse not
to give him the presidency.
Not to give him the presidency.
Do you think they will give him though? Because it's looking more and more unlikely. They might even tell him to choose somebody, but I don't think they want him. That's the thing. They don't
Tinubu is not out for the presidency. He has zero his mind. You know, he know that he's not looking for the presidency anymore. Tinubu no, and the man is not sound. He's not health.
No, we can see that every time we see him falling down, and anytime he speaks, you think maybe he's
yes,
because we've already had a sick man. Look at what we've had just now. So enough is enough now.
I think Tinubu is not looking for the presidency. But he would like to.
But what about the name that Alexander came up with, Babatunde Fashola? Do you see that?
If he has good relationship with Tinubu, then it's a go.
Because it's Tinubu's boy and it's Buhari's boy too.
There's
possibility.
There's possibility.
All right, J Lord, thank you. We want to hear more from you, especially your interesting outlook on politics. Rational Mind, we see you.
Yeah, well, I think a lot has been said. All we can wish for is just that something better would come. But though I'm an optimist, but I also am a realist. Looking at what's going on in that right now, I have to be realistic about the possibility of any change happening or not. Well, we can only wish. You also have wish thinking that it might happen, that something better might come out from so-called protest or revolution protest, but doubt if anything is going to change. Like I've already said, my reasons I've already said already. If anybody wants to know, let them go and watch this whole clip again. So, all I can just say is, well, wish them the best. Wish something comes out of it. If not, well, so be it then.
It'll be interesting what we're talking about this time tomorrow. Exactly same time tomorrow is, because we will be mocking Showore, because it's almost like we will be mocking Showore. I certainly will be, but
no, I don't mock him. Don't get me wrong. I'm a pro Showore. Just don't get me wrong. I'm a pro Showore, but the thing is, he needs to change his style. I think it's time for him to sit down and have a rethink as to how he's going about the thing.
You know what they say in Yoruba land? They say "Ariwo kọ́ ni music." All it does.
All right.
All right. Rational Mind, a pleasure. Thank you. Farm Fresh, let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you for giving me another opportunity. I think for the fact that any protest that Showore is is associated with, I don't think the Nigerian youth, most especially, we're gonna take him serious. You know,
It doesn't have a constituency, does it, Showore? Because who is it? Who are his followers? As you are saying, the youth they don't especially take to him. He's not a Yoruba champion. The Nigerian space does not essentially take to him. He's no more a revolutionary, so he's just somebody in the middle of the road. You know, I don't know what his story, but we'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, so they just see him. Most youth see him as an opportunist. That was why during the NSAS protest, when he was trying to,
they chased him away at NSAS, that he should get out of here.
Yes, yes. So anything that has to do with Showore, I don't think, though Nigerians are tired, even if the protest turns out to be, kind of successful in some area, some quarters, not because of Showore, but it's because of the frustration, on the faces of Nigerians. So tomorrow will not be an exception. It's not because of Showore or anything, but if he tries to bring himself out as a front runner for the demonstration, I believe he's going to flop, So,
but you see what you just said now, I agree with. And by the way, we have 100 and odd people in here. If you're not subscribed already, then please do. I always say this just helps to bring this conversation to a wider audience. But as you said, the best thing for Showore is not to put himself at the front of that demonstration. But as I've always said, I say this all the time, is such a poser that he will want to be in front of every camera talking in that funny voice that he has, because he thinks he will probably think it's all about him, and that will be counterintuitive. But thank you, Farmer Fresh. Let's go to Israel now, not the location, but the person. Israel, we say you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How are you?
Good. So I guess we're going to have to wait to see the outcome of the protest. My initial opinion of the protest was that it was kind of going to put Showore in a good position to, I guess, run for 2023, because I don't really see the significance of this protest, to be honest with you, or what the purpose of the protest stands for, being that I don't think this government is the government to...
Should I tell you what the protest is? This is just my own theorizing. I think that protest is Showore just wanting to measure the 31st of May that Nnamdi Kanu did, just to keep himself at that level of focus.
Oh, yeah, because quite frankly, I still, depending on the outcome, though, I still see a series of protests. My thought, because I don't see how anybody's going to be making any demands to this currently Nigerian government. I don't see what demands are expected to be met by the government, especially at this point in time.
Exactly, they are too rigid, and they've only got 2 years left, so they're just they're not even hearing anything anymore. They're just packing dollars from the central bank for the next 2 years, and just
Yeah, so I guess we'll just have to wait for the outcome of the protest. I think everybody kind of covered things that I was planning to speak about, and not to take anybody's time anymore. I'll just wait to see what happens, and then I guess we'll come back to talk about the outcome of the protest.
Yeah, I mean, good to hear from you, Israel. Anyway, I think this is the first time we are hearing from you, and certainly would like to hear from you some more. So regular clockwork, 10:30 UK time every single day. So Israel, good to meet you. Cheers. So let's go to Ajan Lake. Lord Michael, have you said your parting words? Lord Michael.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Because I don't know what's happened to my headset. Anyway, I want to make a quick correction. You see the second Niger bridge you are alluding to? That bridge is a PPP, and people are going to pay tolls on it. You know how I know that? I lost a piece of land around there, around Asaba-Gwashi axis.
Did you get compensation? Did you get compensation? Did you get compensation?
No, I did not get compensated.
Are you in court?
I'm not in court.
Okay, you should be in court.
Because they are playing dirty politics. I cannot go and bribe somebody for me to be put in there when I have my own papers. They wanted to take my original papers from me, but I refused. I only gave them copies, you know, and Jonathan made that possible. But when Buhari came into power, they stopped it and later continued it because the partners were going to take them in court. And all of a sudden, everybody thought Buhari awarded the contract. No, that contract has always been there. And well, I don't like doing those.
No, I'm only joking. Anyway, I know
same.
that it's a good luck Jonathan project. I was only joking. The only thing that Buhari did is not to stop it. Yeah, I know. And the Lagos Ibadan Railway, it was a good luck Jonathan project too. Yeah.
Yeah. Then my brother from diaspora who said Marcus Garvey designed the flag. I need to make this correction because this is how they start selling wrong narratives.
No, don't worry about that.
No. I know what I want to say. You will like what I have to say. Marcus Garvey did not design any flag. He only promoted a flag of interest, a flag he liked the idea behind the flag. So let us get it straight. Tomorrow they will go and say, that's how they told us Africa came from Israel. Meanwhile, Israel came from Africa. And they divided themselves and had their own part. So we need to start changing the narratives of yesterday.
No, you see what that guy was saying. The reason why I was saying don't worry about it is I got the sense that it's an African American that comes from that, you know, that Louis Farrakhan, just Marcus Garvey, that what's that one that got assassinated?
You know what I'm saying? This
so he comes from that school of thought, you know.
Yes,
so and their narrative is always that's their narrative of that space anyway.
See, you understand. Some other people do not. Are you getting my point? You are learned enough to know, but some other people do not. See, before NSAS, when I was in America, I had some meetings with Umar Johnson. Do you know Umar Johnson? All those people who were doing one Africanism. This is
Kumbaya,
how
it's just like Kumbaya stuff. Yeah,
bro. This is how Akon came to Africa, and now he's ripping people off. You can imagine him going to Uganda supporting the extremists there, saying democracy is not for everybody because he's now having deals with Museveni. So we need to start cutting all these things short because we are trying to get out of one. If we are not careful, we get into a deeper problem.
All right.
My parting shot is I want everybody to be focused. Don't hate yourselves because we hate ourselves. That is why we fight each other. Don't hate yourselves. Try to love, stay focused, and just make sure you know your enemy. Your enemy is within. You see, I told somebody some things a few days ago that those are our grandmas we used to call witches, that when the war really starts, those are the people who are going to save us. Those grandmas we do not take care of in the villages. They are the ones who are going to give us refuge when we run away from the cities. So the earlier we know what we are doing, the better for us. Thank you, and thanks to everyone. God bless you all.
All right. So it's hello and goodbye from you, latecomer. So it's hello and goodbye. So what are you after? You're after some baby. Is that the are you in the Ferrari this time or the Lambo, or is it the Bentley that you are? Which one? Good to see you.
Pojo 405.
There you go.
It's a Pojo 504.
You see, Bia saw you and left. You see what you've caused now, huh?
I don't almost miss my. How's everyone doing?
Okay, I mean, just a quick word from you, really, as you can see.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Carry on.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, just I've been, on and off, so I didn't get the whole picture of what you guys are talking about. But I'm a bit carried away with Mr. Alexander's comment about Rochas Okorocha. I just want to say I disagree with that because Rochas Okorocha look too ambitious, and the power of that nature, they give those kind of people. And I think there is a general consensus right now going on regarding Dr. Ogbonayanu for various obvious reasons. One, because they don't get money. That means they are not hands who are already put their money on ground on him. They are ready to sponsor him. And you know how that one goes. Who pays the tone? Who pays the tone, as they say? So in terms of Southeast, I think that is the only person right now that the focus is on. How is that going to come about? Is it going to, be realistic? 2023, that I can't say. Then for the rally, I mean, that's Tinubu handwork. 12 is Tinubu pet project from day one. He was the one that take the.
Is it
he
not
was the
sure?
one that
Is it
made
not
sure
sure
Buhari
that
signed
is?
into law in the first place.
Is it not sure that
This
is
is Tinubu
organizing it?
handwork. He was the one that convinced the government of the day to actually recognize Abiola for that day. Anyway, he's the one that make the move. So it's his first project. As I said, it's still a way for the Yoruba to get the presidency, which I don't know how that's going to be possible, but still. Yes, I don't expect the Igbos too to take part. I think I kind of agree with Ada in that what she was trying to say about, I mean, if the Igbos are claiming to leave, why would they be joining the rest of the country to celebrate independence anyway? And it's so obvious. I mean, if you watch China Arise today, you can see, if you get what Tuntu, that's the daughter of Abiola, how she was glorifying and praising the Buhari for just this initiative. She tells you a lot. It has nothing to do with the June 12. It has nothing to do with anything but strictly for 2023. So I give you balance for that move. They are making it well, but I'll say I don't know how successful is that going to be. But and again, I think there's another interview. There's another interview of Buhari on NTA.
NTA, yeah. No, I've got that up on the channel. I watched it just before I came on. Yeah, it was just. No, that was just you call that an interview, but that was just like somebody on his knees pleasuring Buhari for 30 minutes. That's
I don't
all
know.
that.
I don't know if you can hear me because you're breaking up.
Yeah, no. It's only
up.
really
I
to
can't
say
hear you.
goodbye. We'll catch up with you tomorrow. It's good to see you outside of your usual location. So that's Ovie. You touched with me saying, but it's flashed up on the screen. So thank you, Ovie. You're driving and we can't hear you too well, but get home safe or get to that babe's house safe, whichever direction you're headed. Ajanle Koko, well, which direction are you heading with your closing remarks? Ajanle Koko.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I hope that the demonstration for June 12th tomorrow is going to be peaceful and it's not going to be it's not going to turn to violent. And Showres, I think it appeared to me now that a lot of Nigerians, from the way they're talking about him, it appeared to me that he's not popular among Nigerians, you know. But if I have a way of advising him, I think he's still popular among Yoruba. So the earlier the better, if he can
But
come.
he's not a Yoruba man, he's an Igbo man.
Oh yeah, he's a Yoruba man. I mean, he's from Edo State.
No, he's an Igbo man. He's a South man.
Well, you cannot really say South because it's in a geographical location of Yoruba. It's just that those from the riverine area, yeah, they call them Ijo, but at least they geographically is in Yoruba. It's a Yoruba guy. It's a Yoruba land, and the name speak for it too. So it's not an Ijo name. Well, the ancestral home can be from Ijo, but at least.
Yeah, but you were denying Ovie that privilege the last time. Even his name is Agbaje. You don't get more Yoruba than Agbaje now, and you were trying to Yoruba him just the last time.
Why I was just trying to correct Ovie that it should not be antagonistic of everything Yoruba, because most of the time he wants to blame Yoruba for every problem in Nigeria. So that is why I was coming. That's why.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. So like Yoruba adage that says that Ilela Bosimioko, I will advise, meaning that home is home. Home is better than any other place. So Showore should come back home and just forget about trying to say you want to put Nigeria together or fighting for the unity of Nigeria. Come back and join the agitation for Yoruba land. And from there, he can achieve whatever he want to achieve politically, his ambition, because that Yoruba nation, I think they are yearning for strong leadership, and that guy is a
yes. No, what they need, I think what you are saying, there's a gap for language in that space. Do you understand? Somebody that is articulate, somebody that is presentable, somebody that people can relate to. So Professor Akintoye, yeah, he can be that guy, but he's too scholarly and a bit too, is like a bit like Wole Soyinka, so is not as easily accessible. And Sunday Igboho is not that voice. So there's that gap between Professor Akintoye, who is like the Superman, and Sunday Igboho. So there's that gap in between those two that a voice needs to come into. So yeah, and that voice could be somebody like Sowore. But
if Sowore can come into that space, I think that we promote his.
But is it Yoruba enough though? Is it Yoruba enough? Because is it Yoruba enough?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Because it's a mongrel, isn't it? It's a mixed blend of there's no, we don't take half and half in Yoruba land if it's not fully Yoruba.
No, Yoruba are not like that. Yoruba doesn't, because the number one is name, is Yoruba name, all the way to first name and last name. They are Yoruba name. So, and the geographical location, even in Lagos, we have Ilajes in Lagos now. We have Ijaw people. We call them Ilajes. We have them in Lagos. So they are part of us. We don't discriminate against them. We don't.
No, but how can you have a non-Yoruba champion in Oduduwa nation? Is that really?
No, I don't think there is any Yoruba man will say, "Oh, it's not Yoruba." I mean, a lot of Yoruba people, the backbone of his campaign for president then are Yorubas.
Okay, all right.
The tactician behind him are Yorubas. The force behind him are Yoruba people. So there's still room for him. So you just need to come in and fill up the gap, and we can work up together and get to where we are going to. Nigeria is a failed state by all standards. It's a country that spends about 85% of our income to service debt. What do you expect? The poverty capital of the world, with just only 200 million population, beating India and other bigger population, insecurity everywhere. I mean, it's a failed state. Don't let us deceive ourselves. So if you have any way, you can contact him, or somebody that can contact. He should come to agitation for Yoruba nation, and his future political future will blossom.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. I look forward to, if you have the time, to you coming to join us tomorrow. So we'll be unpicking the success or not of the June 12 protest. So Ajanle Koko, a name that you're now familiar with. Igbo, Europe.
Yeah, guys. On the stage, I thought I had a voice on the show. Was that Maegu or what? Political, right?
No, it wasn't. No, I don't think it was. Yeah.
Okay, I suppose. I keep wondering why you persist on this issue of Igbo can never be president of Nigeria. I continue to disagree with you.
No, it's just that the permutations don't show it. That's the thing. The permutations don't show it.
Yeah, that's what you'll be pushing for. Not that it can never be. And I believe that if they give us a better constitution and a better electoral reform, these two things alone will lead an Igbo man to the presidency. I believe that. If they give us a better constitution and a better electoral reform, these two things will lead an Igbo man to the presidency. There is no doubt about it.
You know, what the Igbos could do is they could capture two spaces all at once, an Igbo person as president and the first Nigerian woman president. If we can have Madam Obi, I think virtually everybody in the country will rally behind her. Somebody like, you know, I will go and campaign for Madam Obi.
Okay, because when you talk of the potential, the integrity, the quality, we have them also in that very southeast. You understand? We know that across the country. So it's like marginalizing some sections of this country. I don't think it really works. See, to be realistic, this kind of the leadership we've gotten in the last 60 years, we've not really gotten any leadership in this country. And it's really, really painful to the Nigerian people. If we can be 60 years today or whatever, and still we are still in this stage, thinking of how to tell Fulani to be in a ranch or wherever, at least I think we should be crying for this nation. The coming of Buhari to this office, if Nigeria refuses to regret it, then we must be making a very big mistake. Because since this man came to office now, with the last interview he gave, you will just understand that the whole story he came up with when he was rallied to become the #1 citizen of this country, crying in the television, telling us that people will go to prison and this and that, corruption will be the end of the story in this country. And today has the temerity to come to the public and tell us this story that he told us here in Arise News. We must understand that it's high time for us to think of how we can be making the right decision. We should fight for something that we put this country in the right direction. And those two things are the constitution and the electoral reform. If these people refuse to do anything for this country, if they refuse to develop this country, if they refuse to stop stealing the people of this country, stealing this country to the extent that the citizens are now the poorest across the world, they should give us only at least equal rights. Equal rights, and give us the right for our votes to count in this country, so that from there we can be making a better decision. Nobody should just think that he can just come with one Herdsmen, send them across the country with guns and kill all Nigeria. It cannot work. It cannot also work. They must be resisted. This person must know if there is any ploy of such. So we are begging as a people, to my stance, let them give us a constitution and a better electoral reform. Let's move forward. We must not go to war. We don't need war. Forget, war cannot solve the problem, my brother. If we go to war today, the problem will not solve. We only know how the war will start. We don't know when it will end. So it is baseless. It's better for us to come together and ask the elite that these are the things we want, and it's a must. They must give it to us. We are the people. We galvanize, we mobilize for the entire north to the south. Nobody is exempted. We are not enemy. We are one people. We have been living peaceful in this country without people being killed.
All right. We'll test the strength of that later in the day when we see how.
Thank you very much. And the issue, sorry, let me just make one point before you push me out. The issue of this Sowore. I don't know the reason why you always portray that man in that light. Well, that is how you see him, though. So I don't have any right to really. But for me,
I know you are a Sowore fan, yeah.
Yeah, for me, not that I'm his fan, but for me, I think he should get the support of the people, because there is nobody we can trust. Okay, if it's Sowore and we are chasing him, of all he's doing, we are still criticizing, beating him, pushing him. As who do we want to support in this country?
The space that Sowore occupies is a space that has to be occupied with somebody that can really punch it through. But I just don't think Sowore. I don't think it's the right person. Personally, that's just my view. But then, of course, you know, I may be wrong.
Maybe join hand to get him the right direction to go. I believe it will be better for us. But then it's okay, whatever. God bless you and God bless Nigeria.
All right. Cheers, Igbo. Good to see you again. Bia, the floor is yours. Take it on for us. Bia, you're not like the midnight caller. You only call in the dead of the night. Good to see you, Bia.
Nice to see you too, woman. The environment in Nigeria is too hostile for the Igbos. And the more I come to this platform, I continue to feel that hostility towards the Igbos. And I believe if the table turns round...
Why would you say that?
Don't cut me off, man. Please.
Huh?
Let me finish, please. When you turn the table around, say you, one man, you be on the receiving end, I know how much defensive you can be sometimes to get your points across. And you're so patriotic as a Yoruba, which I respect, yeah? No one is ever going to take that from you. But please don't take Igboism away from the Igbos. You need to, allow the Igbo person to be the Igbos that they are. They are not terrible people. Everyone in Nigeria is sort of tribalistic, yeah. But the way you handled and sort of put her down the pedestrian, I don't know if you were just having fun, but you did wind up that lady.
Who?
Ada
No,
Biafra.
Ada is a good friend of the show. Ada knows
I know,
me
but
quite well now.
her voice was raised.
No,
you made her raise her voice. You did wind her up.
No, Ada. Ada has been watching this channel longer than you have. She just watches it in the background as she goes about her day. She's
psychologically,
and she's
you
very
were winding
strong.
her up. Psychologically, she told you she doesn't like to argue. She told you. She does. She said, "What?" She did warn you. She said, "One man, please don't push me." She said, "One man."
I'm argumentative now.
Huh?
But you know that I'm argumentative now. Am I not always arguing?
Especially towards the Igbos. You like to wind them up.
No.
You like to wind them up. Please don't wind me up, because me, I will bite off your ears.
I wouldn't do that. But carry on now, Abia.
Okay. Please allow this platform for everyone to enjoy it. We are all equal, because if it carries on, it makes it difficult for Igbos to come here to actually be themselves. You push them on the tight corner, and then when they start, talking, and you say, you see, that's why you can't rule in Nigeria. Anyone can rule and thrive in Nigeria if given that opportunity. For the fact there was war brought into the land of Igbo doesn't mean that every Igbo man there can't be a president candidate. And everyone, to be a candidate of being a president can come from anywhere in Nigeria, can come from any tribe in Nigeria, be it Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, or even, the South brethren, So please give peace a chance and let's be one, because the division in Nigeria is actually causing a lot of havoc in Nigeria, even, as a people, dividing us the more. We are further, drifting away from each other because we believe that we are different. So there is no trust, lack of trust. And then we start killing each other indirectly or directly. So what do you want me to speak about now?
I just wanted your thoughts on June 12th to see, of course, I've been today now. There's a mass protest being organized essentially by Sowore and his movement, which is to put a 14-point demand to the Buhari regime, including Buhari must go and all sorts of pie in the sky stuff. So I'm saying that that tomorrow, essentially today now, it's going to be a referendum on Sowore, because I feel that it's trying to clap back at that 31st of May event that Nnamdi Kanu carried out successfully. And if now this protest that is organizing, if it doesn't record any appreciable level of success, then that will be the final nail in the coffin of Sowore's political relevance or relevance within the Nigerian space. So it goes back to being a poser, is what I am suggesting.
I'm thinking that June 12th, especially for Abiola, isn't it? And I think it's a very wrong move to use it as a day for, any sort of demonstration. that day should be mainly, especially for him to show some respect, you know, and choose another day for Nigerians to come together in one voice, because I can see there are many voices from different ethnicities agitating for separations, and some want to be in one Nigeria. But if they can all agree on one thing, say for a referendum, not to do that on June 12th, like today, then all decide to come together, put their differences, religion aside, ethnicities aside, and come as one people who have been suffering to, you know, fight for a better country for themselves. It is understandable and possibly achievable, but with so much divisions and people fighting for different, so many voices there. If they come out today and do some demonstrations, what happened in the Lekki, the you know what I mean, the Lekki stuff,
The toll
you
gate,
know,
yeah.
toll gate issue will still repeat itself. It may even be worse. I believe that the Biafrans shouldn't, you know, protest today.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Is it because Ada said so?
No. Because I respect June 12 for Abiola, just like the way I respect the fallen heroes of Biafra. You see what I mean? Those people should be respected and given the respect they deserve on that day made specifically for them. It should be Abiola's day 12. June 12th should be peaceful and not to create any bloodshed.
And there's
Okay.
another thing in the mix as well. There's this big documentary that they're going to broadcast later on today. So everything, you know, I'm going to actually go and subscribe to NTA's channel now, just so I'll keep an eye on it, just so it'll be interesting how the day goes. But yeah, hopefully, I mean, if you're not too busy, then you join us later, and then we'll unpick the events of today. So yeah,
And
always go on.
1 minute. And everyone today, please behave yourselves. Don't destroy anything. Don't loot. I know the political people or people in power would infiltrate the peaceful demonstration as always to destroy things, to make it look like it's the peaceful movement, so that the government will have a chance to kill, because they are blood-sucking demons. Sorry to use
Yes.
that word because it is terrible.
No. You know, you are entirely. I mean, there's no better description than these people. They have no regard for the human life, and they just you know, they just waste it at will. So of course, demonic sort of people. But yeah, always a pleasure. You know, even though you are starting to ration yourself a little bit at these days, but we'll take what we can get. So that is the silky tones of the delightful beer. You all know her. So that has been the session, a bit up and down, but we got there in the end, you know. So just really is really to the events that's going to take place later on today is really where the narrative has now fast forwarded to in the rapidly evolving space that is called the Nigerian landscape. So again, another decimal will be recorded in that space today now. But what significance will it have is the question. Is it a referendum on Sowore? Will it be an add-on to that stay-at-home thing that we saw with the Easterners on the 31st? So all of these things in the permutation, will the Oduduwa nation come out to rally alongside this now day of rage that essentially Sowore is organizing? And what will be the fallout of it? What will be the Buhari response? Is it AK-47 again? His usual go-to tried and trusted, because of course he holds a gun to everything. So everything in the mix, and we'll see how the day evolves. And to that mix, of course, is this now big documentary that they said they're going to premiere today, just to water down and counterweight this protestation. So a lot of activities, I will come and digest and unpick it later on today. So if you're not already subscribed, then of course do that immediately and right now. Just click on that red subscribe button. This is what you have to do. And then click on that bell notification as well, so that you are aware then when the sessions start, which is usually 10:30, 10:35 UK time. So that is now the set in stone schedule for the sessions. So as regular, as clockwork, anywhere you are in the world. You saw Ovie driving in his car and he was listening to the session as part of his driving listening. So rather than listening to that rap music guy telling you to go shoot people up and calling women all sort of names, just tune to One Man Went to Mow and hear me argue with all manners of people instead. So the argument stops here, but the conversation carries on in the comment section where I will join you. So I'll leave you here. Carry on with you in the comment section. I'll leave you with the Oni Aderemi in London video. So I'll leave you with that video. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section. But here I say peace.